Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Mcgary, Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of this evening's Special Council meeting. As you are probably aware, cases of COVID-19 continue to rise across Ontario, and that means our city as well, with most measures showing increases week by week since the 7th wave of the pandemic was declared on June 19th. Last week, the province announced an increase in eligibility for the 4th dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. And that means for all ages 18 and up. So please considering registering for a booster. We need to keep each other safe as our hospitals are overwhelmed again, and we should do all that we can to ease the burden on the system and our valuable healthcare workers. So I'm sure you've noticed with the heat today that we've entered the dog days of summer. So I'm pleased to say there are so many great things to do safely with the family throughout the city this summer. Whimsical Wednesday is on again tomorrow night for the third week in a row. Movie nights are on for every week on Thursday in August, and concerts in the park on Sunday evenings are just there to name a few. So please get out and enjoy this summer and do it safely, please. But the warm weather also means that our various splash pads and pools are open to help you cool off. If you're looking on ways to get active, you can walk, bike, or hike our many trails or wander down the street of our core areas for some retail therapy, something we all love to do. So please enjoy all that Cambridge has to offer. So let's get down to our agenda. I'm going to ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Urmeta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will join us shortly. Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor Mcgary.
Present. In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff that we have joining us today. And joining us electronically, we have our city manager, David Calder, our deputy city managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Brongberg, and Yogesh Shah, our acting deputy city manager of corporate enterprise and chief risk officer, Olu Ojikutu, our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers, our city solicitor, Lisa Shields, our chief planner, Lisa Prime, our director of engineering, Kevin DeLebeck, and we also have staff from other divisions joining us this evening, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. The clerk for this evening's meeting is Jennifer Shaw, Deputy City Clerk, and we're also joined by Michael Oliveri, Council Committee Services Coordinator, and Rachel Latour, Clerk's Administrative Assistant. Thanks again to our technology services staff, Ayash De Silva, who's assisting with logistics for today's meeting. Now, a reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires that members of council declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. So, members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we're going to move forward with our agenda for today. We're now going to move into closed session. Councillor Wolf, I believe that you have the motion for us to move into closed session. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann, that in accordance with section S.239C and K of the Municipal Act 2001, Council to convene in closed session at 5:05 p.m. to consider the following subject matters: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, update on Cambridge Food Bank lease agreement, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, update on Cambridge Food Bank lease agreement.
Thank you. Are there any comments from council? And seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade.
In favor. Yeah.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for your patience. We're now going to rise from closed session. Councillor Ermetta, you have the motion to rise. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. This motion is to rise from closed session. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. The recommendation is that council rise from closed session and reconvene an open session. I don't have the time with me. Sorry.
5:55 p.m.
That works. Thank you.
That works. Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So while in closed discussion occurred between council and staff were provided direction on a property matter. So on with the next part of our agenda. This evening, we have two presentations for council. So first off, we have Patrick Gaskin, the president and CEO, and Nicola Melchers, chair of the board of directors from Cambridge Memorial Hospital, here to present their annual community update. So we're just going to bring them into our meeting, make sure they're connected. Welcome, Patrick. Welcome, Nicola. Can you hear me? It's Mayor Mcgary. Yep, I thought a thumbs up.
Oh,
Great.
I can hear you.
And we can hear you. Well, welcome. And we're delighted to have you this evening. Thank you for taking the time with us. I understand that you've got a presentation to share. So we'll bring that up and just remind the clerk when to advance the slides. And we're delighted to have you with us this evening. So please begin and we'll get the, there it goes. There we go. Please begin and welcome.
That's lovely. Thanks, Mayor Mcgary. Good evening, Mayor Mcgary and councillors. Thank you for allowing us to address you this evening. My name is Nicola Melchers and I'm the incoming chair for the Cambridge Memorial Hospital Board of Directors. I've served on the CMH board since 2016, chairing both the governance and quality committees, and I'm honoured to now serve as board chair. Being here this evening is important to me and my board colleagues. Since 2011, this touch point was made possible when both council and CMH board made a commitment to each other to share healthcare updates, celebrate successes, and answer questions that are important to you and to your constituents. I can assure you that tonight will be no different. You'll hear an overview of our COVID response to date. You'll get an update on our construction project that's been quietly moving forward, and spoiler alert, is on time. Plus, you'll hear about the incredible work being undertaken as part of our strategic planning efforts. Despite the healthcare challenges that you're all seeing in the news, this evening you'll also see that your hospital is an organisation that has a strong focus on staff, physicians, midwives, and volunteers. You'll hear that it's making great strides in growing programs and advancing patient care. And you'll also hear that CMH is deeply committed to developing a local healthcare system that is rooted in and reflects the increasingly diverse communities of Cambridge and North Dumfries. For these reasons, I count myself both fortunate and exceedingly proud to volunteer my time for such an incredible organisation. I'll now turn it over to Patrick to go through the presentation in detail, and we'll be sure to leave lots of opportunities for questions. Over to you, Patrick.
Super. Thanks very much, Nicola. And it is just an honor, Mayor Mcgary and councillors, to be with you again. Unfortunately, still by Zoom, but at least we have that opportunity for the touch point. I'm going to go off script, but I wanted to read. I keep this posted right, literally here, January 1st. An email sent to council. Dear Mayor, I'm 95 years old. On December 23rd, December 23rd, I was hospitalized with a serious heart attack. I spent the holidays in the intensive care unit. It goes on, but I just want to read a couple of lines. The care I received was wonderful. All the terrific people were working during Christmas and New Year's, all of them cheerful and caring, all of them giving me the most wonderful care. There is no way I can ever repair the care I received from the staff and volunteers when it was so essential. And I literally keep it here because it was a great way to start the year. And it's just a lovely memory and keeps me grounded. And I appreciate it, Councillor Leggett, who sent it on to me so that I could start the new year right. I know our time is short and you're dealing with a lot of presentations tonight, and I won't go through all 25 slides, but let me just highlight, if we go to the next slide, just what we want to talk about. As Nicola said, we'll talk about COVID, touch on capital, but I'd like to spend as much time as I can highlighting our strategic plan and just some of the key initiatives and strategies as we go forward. As Nicola said, happy to answer any questions. I realized I didn't number the slides, but I'll jump forward probably, I think it's to slide 5, if I could, which is the COVID response slide. One more. Fantastic. Thank you very much. This is just a snapshot. On the left is our dashboard from last week. And if you look at the fine print, you can actually see our COVID numbers were 5 at the time, so manageable. Our COVID numbers have doubled since then. So in terms of our number of inpatient that we are seeing a rising number of cases inpatient at this hospital and others and across the province. I think, as you said in your opening, Mayor Mcgary, we're in the 7th wave, clearly. But at this stage, in terms of COVID numbers, are manageable from what the hospital has experienced in the past, both in terms of our care that's required in the intensive care and in the medicine units. But we are seeing that rise. We also see COVID in our staff. And so currently, I think the dashboard there says 32. We have, I think it's gone a little bit lower than that. Today's is 28, but we have a number of staff off with COVID. We require all our staff to be double vaccinated. And in spite of that, we know at least serious disease is avoided, but a sickness isn't. And so we do have staff off. And that affects our ability to care for our patients in the hospital in a timely manner when we have staff off. So as we've heard, and you've seen across the province and across Canada, there are pressures on the emergency department. We appreciate all the work of our staff and leaders every day in terms of staffing across our organization in order to maximize our staffing to support our community. But that does mean longer wait times in the emergency department right now. I'd love to tell you a time when we won't have that, but we don't have a trajectory or a path forward out of that, or a specific path forward. I mean, we are continuing our recruitment of staff across our organization in order to meet the needs of our patients. We have increased staff across the organization through COVID, so our staffing numbers are higher, but correspondingly, we've seen people move to other jurisdictions, retire, and we're staffing and recruitment is ongoing for us. Across the organization, our beds are full, almost in every program. We have added approximately 20 extra beds that were funded by Ontario Health to support COVID response, and so that is nice to have. But even today, I think we have over 30 patients who are waiting for care elsewhere. So the pressures of the organization are felt across spill out across the system. Our pressures that other organizations are feeling as well, in the sense of we have patients here who need care elsewhere, but aren't able to get that care, whether that's staffing issues, whether that's availability or capacity within those organizations. So I want to speak honestly, but not dire, but it is at times hard work across our organization from our frontline staff in order to meet the needs of our community. On a bright spot, we have continued to work and reduce our surgical wait times. We have I think it's about 1,600 patients waiting for surgery, as we know some of that was put on hold during the pandemic. And so we're pleased to see improvements in our surgical wait times. That's come with some partnerships that we have We most recently signed a partnership to undertake some cataract surgeries outside of the hospital with a provider, and that's been fantastic in terms of being able to give our community more timely access to that service. So, and finally on this slide, just to speak about the importance of wellness and support for our staff. And we've appreciated the well wishes and greetings we've had through the years, and most acutely during COVID for our staff. There's a picture there in the bottom left. We were able to have our staff barbecue again this year, and that was just an opportunity for our staff to celebrate. We had our Staff Appreciation Day at Binghamton's, and another way to come together. We, on the bottom right-hand corner, some of our leaders have done mental health first aid training because we believe very much in supporting the well-being and resilience of our staff. So I'll leave it there and jump maybe a couple of slides ahead to speak about the capital redevelopment. Fantastic, thank you very much. It's underway. If you've been at the hospital lately, we're, as Nicola said, it is on schedule. It's actually ahead of schedule. We anticipate finishing the renovations of Wing B. And so that's our 3 floors of our inpatient care, and then the first floor, the main floor, which is diagnostic and imaging, laboratory services, and some of the surgical services. So that's major areas of renovation. Right now, we're on track to finish that in 2024, 2025. The contractor is actually ahead of the original schedule, and so we're really pleased about that. It is a bit of a Jenga game or a detour. There's always a sign up in terms of a wall that's been erected and a U-turn or a different turn that you have to make. So we appreciate our community's patience as we finish this work. At the end of the day, I've said it before, but at the end of the day, 24, 25, you essentially have a brand new hospital. Every single inpatient room will be at the highest standards. And Wing B, because of our timing, Wing B will have no ward rooms. Wing B will only have private and semi-private rooms. And again, that was a change supported by the ministry in the middle of our project in order for us to make sure that we provide as much safe care as possible, given the evolving healthcare standards under COVID. We'll jump to the next slide and just spend the last little bit of time talking about our strategic plan. To go 2 slides ahead, I think it would be, and really talk about how we've reshaped the vision, mission, and our strategic pillars for the organization. And I'm really excited about our new vision for our organization, which really talks about us creating a healthier communities together. It's short and pithy, but it really speaks. You can see on the slides why we chose those words. And for me, probably the most important word there is together. Our commitment to community partnership with our community is a broad whole, our residents within the community and our partner agencies. We are compelled and driven to creating a healthier community and being part of that. So we're just excited about where the vision will take us over the next 5 years. Our mission's on the next slide, and it really talks kind of day to day of what we do. And I always say when I do staff orientation, we're a hospital, because our old mission was really kind of boring, to be honest. And I said that before, but this mission really speaks to what the community told us, the 1,500 surveys we received back from the community and hundreds of the consultation we had with our staff, the focus of keeping people at the heart of all we do. And those people can be our patients, our residents, each other, and all we do, all of our interactions. It isn't just work coming here, it is a passion that we serve our community. And so again, just I can't say enough about how excited I am about where our mission will take us. The next slide, and it pains me to say this, the next slide is our values, and in the interest of time, I won't speak about them. They are so important to our organization, so it's very counter to what I usually say. We updated our value statements. Our I statements are written by staff. Each value has 3 I statements voted on, selected by staff. We updated those, but we kept our 5 values the same, the ones we developed back in 2011. But I'll go to the next slide and really in the home stretch want to highlight our strategic pillars. And tonight I'll only speak about 3 of them, but happy to answer any other questions, as I said. The board and from our community consultation reshaped our strategic priorities from the 3 that we had to 5, as if we didn't have enough to do on the things to do list. But tonight I want to talk about advancing health equity, elevating the partnerships in care, and increasing joy at work. And so I'll go, I think it's 2 slides forward in terms of our focus on health equity. And for us, a really important dimension as we create a healthier community together around how we want to advance health equity, how we want to create an environment for our residents where everyone gets the best possible care that they can and achieves their best possible health outcome. We are board committed and developed our first diversity, equity, and inclusion plan last year, and that was approved by our board last June. Updated and going through a process of being updated this year, again, in order to kind of deepen the work that we do, our connection with community groups, in order to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our community in a fulsome way. We're on the early stages of our Indigenous Reconciliation Action Plan, have started conversations with local organizations, the Southwest Ontario Aboriginal Access Centre, which is right across the street from us, in terms of how, again, we can deepen and partner and work together in order to advance health equity. Our support for the consumption treatment services site, again, speaks to meeting the needs of our community where the community needs are met. So again, just we're declaring this kind of publicly and openly, which I think is fantastic with the commitment the board has made. I think I'll jump 2 slides ahead to talk about elevating partnerships in care. And one thing to on the right-hand side, where in the brackets there on the first bullet says clinical services growth plan. I kind of COVID derailed us over the last couple of years, because we've had, when we got our new building and as we grew our physical plant, it came with $20 million of new investment given by the government in order to operate and expand our services across essentially every single one of our programs. COVID has derailed some of those expansion and growth plans for us, but it hasn't taken away the money. The opportunity still is for us to continue the growth. As we learn to live with COVID, we have that opportunity again to continue to further in the needs of our community, which we're excited about. The bottom bullet there is kind of capital redevelopment 2.0. In 2023, we'll start our site master plan to start looking at what's the next 20 years going to look like for Cambridge Memorial. We're required to have an active master plan. We do have one, but it's now time to update that and look at it in terms of what do we see the future bringing for us. I'll go 2 slides, I think it is ahead. 2 more. And I will go to, in my final moment, just to talk about one of the pillars around increasing joy in work. Our previous strategic plan used the word joy in work and increasing joy in work. We haven't changed this pillar name. It's been the mantra for us. We feel that caring is a joyful activity, and how do we engage and make sure that our staff are fully engaged and supported within the organization. A number of initiatives underway and more planned through our staff council. We've added resources to our recruitment team. We've hired a wellness and well-being specialist. We've enhanced our mental health support for staff. We have more to do, and part of our commitment is to continue to work on that, and in order that we make sure that we have the most engaged staff and create an employer of choice mentality within our organization, that we draw and become a magnet for people who want to provide healthcare, where they come and they choose to work with us. I'll go to the second or last slide and say that I think it's one, yeah, and just the closing message. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. We've covered a really snapshot of just everything going on. You're an important constituency that we value this relationship and this dialogue. We didn't get the rubber chicken dinner for the last couple of years. I'm hoping in 2023 we actually get together face to face for that. And Nicola and I are happy to answer any questions. Mayor Mcgary, I'll pass it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick and Nicola. And I've got to say that I think we here in the community, certainly Mayor and Council, feel this way, that we're always a little bit smug that we have the best CEO and president and board of all the hospitals, not only in the area, but I'll say the province of Ontario, but that's us being the best, and we're in the right spot. So we're always delighted to have you move forward, and through the the last couple of years of the pandemic, we do want to recognize not only your work and the board's work and the staff's work, but really all of the healthcare professionals and the volunteers who have gone above and beyond the call of duty to answer one of the worst healthcare crises we've seen since, I guess, 1918 when the Spanish flu was around. But that's myself and Council's thank you to all of you. So I'm going to go first to Councillor Liggett, who may have a question, may have a concern. Where are you, Councillor Liggett? Okay, please go ahead.
I just want to make some comments, not so much questions, other than one question I would like you to address, Patrick, is that what percentage is the surgery up at now? Last I heard it was 7%, but I'm sure you're well above that now. But if I could just say, I'm really glad you brought up the joy in the workplace, because that was something I was going to say to you. I had the necessity to be there last week for personal reasons, and it is so obvious. I didn't think you could improve on what you've been doing prior to the pandemic, but with the pandemic and where you're at now, you've just gone above and beyond. And I think that says a lot for the leadership, but I think that the staff and the volunteers are amazing. Everybody has that joy at work, and as patients, we feel that, and it helps us to get better. So thank you for you being you, and the board having that thought of how important that is, and for the staff having the joy in their jobs to serve the people and do what they do best. Thank you.
Super. Thanks very much, Councillor Liggett. And just to answer your question, we're still at about 80% in terms of our surgeries that we're doing. We have brought down that waiting list. It was higher. I think it was over 2,000 down to 1,600. Orthopedics is still one area where we've are working as aggressively as possible. So those are hip replacements and knee replacements. We know patients have been waiting long, and they're in pain. Like these are called elective surgeries, but they're not optional. We need to continue to move forward. So part of it is just staffing. We are developing and growing our own operating room nurses within a program that we've created within the hospital. So it's one of our strategies in order to move us as quickly as possible to full staffing. And some of the partnerships have helped us as well, but we're still kind of hovering around that 80%. We're doing a summer slowdown. Sometimes in the summer, you slow down or you close many of your operating rooms for 2 or 3 weeks. We aren't doing that this year. We're keeping to try to run as much as possible. And thank you for the kind words to the staff. It's every day. It's hard work. Staffing, it speaks to the leadership, and it speaks to the willingness of the staff to step forward and continue to step forward 2.5 years later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf's next. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. My comments are similar to Councillor Leggett's. I think it says a lot about an organization that one of your goals is to increase joy in work. And my personal experiences at the hospital have all been positive, and we're so lucky to have the staff and you in charge there. I enjoy your newsletter, and especially your moment of joy that you always include. So I'm hearing the word joy a lot. I'm just reading a book by Scott Higgins, which is Creating Joy in Cities. And I think joy is something that we all should be striving for. And thank you again.
Thank you. My comments start with, I bet, Patrick, that you were never going to think that you were ahead of schedule in any of your renovations. And I noticed that you were a bit breathless when you said so, because you don't want to jinx us. So it's not being jinxed tonight, but congratulations. I think certainly the new contractor and the work that has been done, and the incredible organization of your staff to get this done in an operating hospital. It's extraordinarily difficult. I often called it extreme medical care when you had to be providing excellence in care in the midst of a construction zone and do it safely. And your hospital has obviously done that. I was particularly pleased to see your focus on the equity strategy, in particular, the Indigenous strategy. As we know, with Truth and Reconciliation and the recommendations coming forward, that it has become a journey we're all undertaking, whether we're a municipality or a hospital or an organization, we're all doing that work. And you certainly made that commitment when you opened the hospital in January 2019, in the nick of time ahead of the pandemic, when you had Clarence Kakagi do such an incredible smudging ceremony outside in the courtyard with everyone there that first time. And I thought that bode well for the work that the hospital is continuing to do. And that focus on equity and dignity continues. It's very important. And I'll give you just a quick scenario. Tragically, 2 weeks ago, we lost my sister-in-law all of a sudden. She identified as Ojibwe. She's Indigenous. She had a sudden acute pulmonary illness. And she was on life support, which they had to turn off. In the meantime, the hospital in London gave, I think, over an hour on a late Monday evening, were able to turn off the fire alarm system for her ICU room in order to have my niece, her daughter, go and do a smudging ceremony ahead. And I can't tell you how the family felt that that organization was able to follow the cultural practices that were important to our Mary. And I know that our hospital has undertaken that work as well. And I just wanted to say that in those situations, indeed, amongst all cultures, it makes a tremendous difference. And I know that our staff at the hospital, the volunteers have committed to do that work for all cultures. So I'm always very cognizant that the hospital for a long time has really catered to some of the communities that we have in high numbers here. I do recall that signs weren't necessarily at one time in English and French, they were in English and Portuguese. So that's a commitment that the hospital has had long standing. And I also did want to say that when you're trying to increase joy in work, it means that gratefulness that they have for each other, the staff, that the patients have for the staff. And that's something that the community can and has helped with. And I'm going to encourage our community to continue to step up. We found that the painted rocks, the signs in windows, the banging of pots every day at 7:30 p.m. for a while, the Cambridge blue lit Cambridge sign and pedestrian bridge are all ways that we can show our healthcare workers and all staff that work at our hospital how much we care about them and how much they mean for our community. And I'm just going to encourage our community to continue to step up. I guess the last comment I'll have, besides saying we all appreciate the hospital and the board chair for their direction, was when it comes to looking at the community's commitment in the near future on the new wing, are there still needs that the hospital has in terms of equipment? And how can this community step up to help ensure that our hospital is well equipped with state-of-the-art stuff?
Mayor Mcgary, you're very kind. I didn't put the funding slide in. I had to check the box there. You're asking for money. I know you're not directing that to council. You're directing it to our community as a whole. But I was remiss not to recognize the fantastic work of our foundation and the continued commitment to grow and expand our services. And that comes at a price tag. We are in the early days, we've been speaking about it, replacing the MRI. We celebrated that here in January 2011 as we talked about it. I think we toured, my notes say we toured you back then as a council and showed you where the MRI was going to go. Well, now we're replacing it. So again, a multi-million-dollar commitment needs to be stepped forward. It needs our community 100% to support it. It's the only way it will happen. So absolutely, our journey isn't finished in terms of the needs. The foundation is committed to $5 million per year net for us. They're on the path to that, and that will again accelerate and ensure that we provide the best possible care for our community. Thank you for your comments around the Indigenous reconciliation. I'm sorry for your loss, and just Clarence gifted us an eagle feather. I went over to see it today. I do actually go, it hangs in our lobby, so when the next time you walk in, the eagle feather that he gifted to us hangs in our lobby to provide strength over to us, and I do visit it regularly, so thank you.
Thank you. With no further comments, I wanted to again thank yourself and Nicola for coming to give us a very thorough presentation.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much. So our second presentation this evening is from Tova Davidson, and we're going to bring Tova into the meeting. She is the executive director and very much a joyful person, I would say, of Sustainable Waterloo Region, and she's here to present their annual community update. So I'm just going to wait till Tova is completely in the meeting. And Tova, it's Mayor Mcgary. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you hear me and see me now?
I sure can. So thank you. I've sort of introduced you and I said that you're a very joyful person, as we were talking about joy in the last presentation. But I know that you'll be here to give us a very enthusiastic presentation. So the floor is yours, Tova. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Just let me know when you can see the slides.
We can.
Wonderful. So I'm here to give my annual update to the community and to share some of the great things that have been happening with Sustainable Waterloo Region over the past year or so in 2021, dipping a little bit into 2022, and to answer any questions the council may have to be able to just keep on working together in these amazing projects and amazing ways that we have been over the past 13 years now. So next slide, please. This has been a year of innovation, growth, and evolution. And I think, a lot of us realize that the pandemic was not a time necessarily of slowing down, but sometimes just of shifting gears and starting to look at new opportunities. And so that's what I'm going to focus on in this update today. Instead of the standard numbers and statistics, which I'll do a little bit of that, I want to share some of the innovations, growth, and some of the evolution that we've done. Next slide, please. The first thing is that you'll see here we have a new brand. So if you're looking for our old circle with the arrows, that is no more. We thought we would spice it up a little and make it a little fresher and more modern. So watch for our new brand. And if you run across the old logo somewhere, let me know. I'd love to have it replaced. And I just wanted to share that this was actually done almost entirely by volunteers. So we are so grateful for the army of volunteers that we have out there trying to make this a more sustainable organization and a sustainable community. Next slide, please. Here are some of the stats I thought I would share. In 2021, the membership of what is now called the Impact Network, formerly the Regional Sustainability Initiative, committed to 77,000 cars off the road, or 77,000 tons, which is about 22,000 cars off the road. That's a good metric for people to sort of start to understand what is the impact of that work. They also committed to 8,700 cubic meters of water reduction. We know that that's an important part of the work that we do. And through the pandemic, we saw that most members continued to do the kind of work that they were doing in sustainability, showing that organizations do understand the value of the work and that this really is good for organizations. Next slide, please. We had an awfully lot of growth in 2021. We had so many new members and we were so excited to have them here and joining us. You can see some of the logos both in the Impact Network as well as TravelWise. TravelWise a little bit slower growth just because a lot of the LRT, et cetera, was closed down during 2021, and we didn't do a lot of carpooling during a global pandemic, but we are seeing that start to pick up now. Next slide, please. We also expanded our borders. So historically, we've only supported organizations and community work in Waterloo region. But what we discovered after we did scale up our impact through Green Economy Canada, and they helped other communities start programs like ours, is there are all these shoulder communities who don't have an organization like ours to help them. And so now we are willing to allow organizations in Oxford County, Wellington County, all of our shoulder areas to be able to be supported through the Impact Network. So really happy to be doing that as well. And it also means that some of the organizations that have a location here and a location, say in Woodstock, we can help them with both. So that's a really great thing. And then our partner and sister organization in London, for example, has taken up to our boundary. So we aren't leaving any organizations unsupported because climate change doesn't stop at regional boundaries. Next slide, please. We also were the project lead in the creation of Waterloo's Clean Economy System Sector Map. So this was done in partnership with the region of Waterloo, Waterloo Region Community Energy, and of course, Waterloo EDC, who uses these maps for foreign direct investment. And if you take a look here, you'll see an awful lot of familiar company names. And it does highlight what incredible strength Waterloo Region has in the clean economy. In fact, I like to say that we are where sustainability innovation happens in Canada. It's not just in the tech world, it's in sustainability as well. And there's so many great examples as to why, and this map has illustrated that. Next slide, please. We also were so excited to launch the microforest project, and happily both pilot forests were planted in the city of Cambridge. It was done in partnership with an awful lot of organizations, and I'll tell you who in a few minutes. But these are small renaturalized areas, and we focused on communities that were less privileged, who had lower tree canopy and didn't have the resources to build up that tree canopy themselves. This was supported through some funding from an independent foundation. The city of Cambridge was one of the great partners in this. And it's so cool. We have a video if you'd like to see. I won't show it today, it's too long, but from one of the schools. So it was planted at school locations, which were chosen in partnership with Greenway Chaplain, one of your community groups. And they were identifying the communities that could use this kind of support. And next slide, please. This was one of the art projects that one of the student groups did in grade 1, making their own little microforest when they all planted one tree. The schools are tying it into their curriculum, et cetera. And I'm thrilled to say that we actually have funding to do 6 more forests in 2022. And we are so keen to keep this going and keep growing and help to contribute to that tree canopy, which helps with climate adaptation and mitigation. So getting carbon out of the air, slowing down wind, slowing down water, reducing heat island effect. On days like today, people need a shady spot. We need to bring down the temperature. So really happy to be doing this work. Next slide, please. Of course, Transform WR came to Council in 2021 and was unanimously approved to support the Transform WR strategy, which is the work of Climate Action WR, a collaborative between all 8 area municipalities, including Cambridge. And a big shout out to Paul Wilms, who is the representative for Cambridge on this committee. It's amazing the work that they do. You've seen this before. And I just want to say a big shout out as well to Reap Green Solutions, our partner in this. So this is actually a co-led program between 2 community organizations, quite a unique format. And I think the only one of its kind in Canada. So something for us to be proud of. Next slide, please. There are 4 pillars in the Transform WR strategy. We need to focus on transforming the way we move, transforming the ways that we build and manage our buildings, the ways we produce, consume, and waste things, and the ways that we relate to each other. And that is actually the integration of diversity, equity, justice into our climate plan. We know that sustainability is not going to be done on the backs of people. In fact, we're hoping it can uplift everybody in our community to build us an equitable, prosperous, resilient, and low carbon future. Next slide, please. So, looking forward, what are we seeing? Next slide. So Still growing new members. There's still more, and actually there's even more than what you see here. We are seeing that the community and the business community specifically now truly understands that sustainability is the future and that they need to be operating in this way because it's good for their business. Travel wise as well, and you'll see Cambridge Memorial Hospital has become a member as well. So really excited to see some growth in both of these programs and be supporting more and more organizations across the region. Next slide, please. We're working on some new programs. They say a rolling stone gathers no moss, and so on we go. You click through these as I go, please. We're creating a green building network to support the development industry to help them be ready to meet the demands of what a high performance, low energy use building demands. We're working on an ambassador program to help individuals. So it's not just about whole organizations, but people who work in places who are not committed to sustainability. How do they work to foster that commitment in their workplace? And finally, we're working with the partners in the Evolve Green on a community sustainability lab. And the partners there are the Accelerator Center and the 2 universities. And what that is a place for anyone to bring forward issues that they think are systemic to our sustainability barriers, and then we can make a made in Waterloo region solution and deliver that solution to whoever should execute it. Could be the city of Cambridge that we bring it to, whomever is the correct person to execute that solution. Next slide. We did give out our awards this year. Champion of the Year, of course, was Bruce Taylor from Enviro Stewards. Partner of the Year was Studio Locale. They're a great design firm in Kitchener, and they helped us with a redesign as well as doing our year-end report, which you should have a copy of. I delivered them to the city last week. The Rookie of the Year being Conrad Grable University College. Sustainable commuting to the city of Kitchener for their downtown cycling grid. The best partnership were those partners of the sector map. And of course, Sustainability Breakthrough, which was a microforest, and the city of Cambridge was part of that partnership and won part of that award as well. So congratulations to the city for that. And thank you so much for all the support. Next slide. That's it. I think I stayed in my time, but happy to answer any questions and stay on as long as you need me.
Thanks so much, Tova. Always a bright and cheerful and I think positive way forward. So you've accomplished a lot. So certainly we are very delighted to see this presentation. So we'll go forward with questions or comments from Councillor Reid first. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Tova. I was particularly interested because I have an interest of my own in trying to see that we reduce the number of automobiles that continue to have traffic within our city and find some ways. And you mentioned that you had reduced the number of cars, and I wondered how you would manage to do that and how we as a city could help you in the future to continue to do that.
That number of cars off the road is the equivalent amount of greenhouse gases reduced by those businesses. So it's not actual cars, it just gives a frame. Okay. But the Climate Action Program has sector committees, and there's a transportation sector committee, and they did a transportation study in the city of Cambridge in their work. And they actually looked at active transportation and ways to implement it. And I know have been working with your staff team there. So I'm sure that will be coming as well to council to share some of their findings and recommendations.
That's great. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thanks so much to Sustainable Waterloo Region. It's fantastic to hear about always. I have 2 questions, but the first one would be, you mentioned that there might be some expansion of the ambassador program to different municipalities, and Cambridge being one. Could you tell us a little bit more about that and what the ambassador program might entail in the future?
Sure. So the ambassador program is actually brand new. We haven't even launched it yet. It's coming in the fall this year. It's a program that helps individuals who work in an organization that are not currently committed to sustainability. How do they do the work to get their organization to be interested and understand the value of sustainability? So right now we work at organizational level. Now we're saying, let's help the individuals in the organizations move their organization forward. So it will be things like seeing some learning events, some resources, some peer-to-peer groups, regular newsletters, that kind of thing, so that they have the capacity to get their employer to understand and make those commitments. And it will be available in Cambridge, of course, always, always.
Thank you. And one more question, Your Worship, if I may. Thank you. And Tova, since this is the presentation by Sustainable Waterloo Region, what advice would you give to people in Waterloo Region in Cambridge to be more sustainable? People are busy, they're paying bills, they're rushing around, it's summertime, they're taking trips. Do you have a few tips for anyone who might be listening? How can we all be more sustainable? What are the takeaways?
Oh, great question. So, the practical things would be things like if you can walk or ride your bike, do that. Transportation is 49% of our locally produced carbon footprint. So transportation is a major problem. Councillor Reid was absolutely right to ask the question about how do we get cars off the road. It's the number one thing that we can do. If you're buying a new vehicle, consider electric because the grid here is very low carbon. Consider retrofitting your home. But I think the bigger work and the much harder work is shifting your mind to start to see that we are a sustainability community. That's why that sector map is so important, to start to self-identify about, wait, this is who we are. We're not just a tech capital. We're a sustainability leader in Canada and around the world, and that we can start to do that. And once people internalize that idea that we are a sustainable community and that's part of who we want to be, all those other details of how you live become a much easier conversation. So that's the one thing. Anything you can do to start to integrate sustainability into your work or your life is all good with me.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, but I wanted to thank you so much for coming and giving us yet again a very forward-thinking and a good number of tips on how we can individualize and internalize some of the changes that we all need to make. And certainly it made for excellent reading. So thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me tonight.
All right. Thanks, Tova.
Bye-bye.
All right, we will now move forward with the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. So please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raise hand feature. But in the interest of time, we will look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But again, if you wish to comment, you may do so. A few items to note with this consent agenda. Councillor Liggett has pulled consent agenda item number 8.6.22-074 CD, consolidation of the City of Cambridge traffic and parking bylaw. Councillor Devine has pulled consent agenda item number 8.7.22-083-CD, Franklin Boulevard at Adam Street, always stop control. And by way of the addendum, the council information package from July 15th, 2022 has been added to the consent agenda as item number 8.11. Now, Councillor Adshade has let me know that he is already unmuted. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Adshade to please read the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mann that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for July 19, 2020 council agenda be adopted as recommended. 8.1 special council minutes, June 28, 2022. 8.2 council information package, July 1st, 2022. 8.3 Cambridge Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting minutes, May 11th, 2022. 8.4 the Cambridge Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes, April 25th, 2022. 8.5 the Cambridge Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee meeting minutes, March 17th, 2022, April 21st, 2022, and May 19th, 2022. 8.8 22-088-CD request to demolish and rebuild in Blair Heritage Conservation District, 34 Fallbrook Lane. 8.9 22-044 CRS appointment of officers and servants. Item 8.10 22-095 CD holding removal, 155 Equestrian Way, River Mill. And 8.11 council information package, July 15, 2022.
Thanks very much. So I'm now going to turn to members of council to see if members of council wish to pull any additional items from the consent agenda. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to pull anything other than what I have, but I do want to comment since 8.11 was added. I want to bring council's attention to the fact that it's really heartening when other communities look at what we have done here around this horseshoe. There are 3 motions that were brought forward and passed unanimously by council. One of Councillor Hamilton's to do with the free transportation on voting day. 2 of mine, one of which was the joint and several liability. Quite a number of municipalities picked up on that. And the other one had to do with my motion on building it right in the province with the building code. So other communities are paying attention to what we're doing, and I think we should all feel good about that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? And does council have any comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Liggett,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgary,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda, then we'll go back to those 2 pulled reports. The first one is 22-074 CD, Consolidation of City of Cambridge Traffic and Parking Bylaw. The item was pulled from consent by Councillor Liggett. So I'm just wondering, Councillor Liggett, do you have a seconder for this motion?
I have no idea.
Is there a seconder for this motion?
I'll second it.
Sorry, who's that?
Councillor Devine?
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. So Councillor Liggett, will you please read the motion in its entirety?
That report 22-074 CD, consolidation of the City of Cambridge traffic and parking bylaw be received, and that council enact the consolidated bylaw to regulate traffic and parking on highways under the jurisdiction of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge, and further that the bylaw included as Appendix B to report 22-074 CD traffic and parking bylaw be passed. I would like to.
Did you want to speak to it?
I did. I have a question for staff for the item, one of the items on page 79. And
okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, so recently, in the past 6 months, I would say I've had 2 complaints from people with regard to designated area contained by the boundary points. And the problem is that if we only do the boundary points for the speed limit signs, then when people get to intersecting roads or roads that come into it from secondary roads that come into a main road, people have no idea that the speed limit has been reduced. And recently, so I'll give you an example. Elgin Street is one of those areas where the speed was reduced. And we had low speed limits at the far end of Munch and the far end of Avenue Road at Hespler Road. And the problem wasn't on Avenue Road because it had a reduced speed sign at the corner of Elgin. But Munch did not have that. So residents were complaining that people were speeding. And I think that's because people were not aware that this was a designated area contained by those boundary points. So I would like to see that wherever we have intersecting roads, that there is a sign that warns people, whether it's a pilot or not, it shouldn't matter, but people should have a warning that the reduced speed is at on all of these streets.
I'm going to turn to staff to see if we could address that. And again, I know that there's potentially no differentiation between a pilot project or something long-term, but just wondering, Mr. Lee Liebeck has lit up his screen there, so I'm just going to ask him to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgary, and through to Councillor Liggett. The implementation of 40-kilometer-hour zones does require the demarcation at each of the boundaries. It doesn't require further signage within that area. For the pilot program that we're doing right now, it was not staff's intention to go and replace all the signage until we know council's direction on how we would like to proceed with speed limits within the city. Your point about residents or motorists not being aware of the speed limit, well, when they're in the zone, they ought to be aware when they pass the sign when they entered into the zone, and therefore that is the new speed limit within that area until they exit. So I think at this point, it's a matter of wrapping up the pilot program in order to get more signage out there on whatever council's direction will be in regards to the outcome of that pilot.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Kevin, I appreciate the fact that you did add, your department did add that extra sign after the complaints had been picked up, and it was recognized that once in that area, people who live on one of those streets may not recognize that they're coming into it. And I do recognize that it's a pilot project, but if we put the sign at one end, I don't think it's a big problem or big cost expense to put it at the end. So I'd rather err on the side of caution than cause problems for people and tickets for people and speeding for people where somebody could get injured. So I prefer to see that we do, even in pilot projects, add those signs. So I'll just leave it at that and say that's the change I'd like to see here.
I'm going to ask my own question, and that would be just to Mr. DeLebeck. Could you please remind me when the pilot project timelines are? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through the mayor, the pilot project began about 1.5 years ago and is set to wrap up with a second set of data collection this fall, this fall, in which we will process the data and bring the information and the results, both hard data in terms of the actual measurements, as well as the public consultation results and engagement results for council's consideration on a path to move forward.
Thank you. So it's not long from now. Thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's fine with me. I'm looking at, once we do this pilot project, I'm sure there's going to be other roads that will be involved in being added to it as pilot projects. And Mr. DeLebeck can correct me if I'm wrong on that. If we go forward with more of that, I just want it to be part of staff's consideration that we do add the signs at the ends of each of these streets so that we're not running into this problem again. And like I said, I certainly appreciate Mr. DeLebeck stepping in and making that change that was requested. I'm always appreciative of that. So thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands up, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. The next item that was pulled was report 22-083 CD Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street, always stop control. This item was pulled from consent by Councillor Devine, who has already unmuted because he knows I'm going to ask him to speak to it. So please go ahead.
Yes, I have the motion. Do you want the motion now, or do you want me to give my?
Why don't you speak? Yeah, why don't you, do you have a seconder first of all? Councillor Mann.
Councillor Mann.
He had his hand up first.
He's the other Hessler boy, yeah.
Yes, from long ago, not so long ago. Will you read the motion first and then you can speak to it?
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm gonna read the motion as I'd like it written. Okay, so everybody listen closely, please. Okay, that report 22-03-CD Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street, hallway stop control be received. That Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street be converted to an all-way stop control. And that city staff monitor this intersection for 1 year and report back to council at the end of the year on the impact of the traffic in the area. And further, that the bylaw be amended by bylaw 187-06 included as Appendix A to report 2203 CD be passed. I'd like to speak on that, please.
Okay, Councillor Devine, I'm just going to stop you there while the clerk gets down the wording. This is why it's important to try and get to the clerk ahead of bringing anything or an amendment into a motion. It's tough to do on the fly when we don't have it in front of us. So I'm going to stop the meeting just now, just to make sure that the clerk has the wording down, please. We're going to stop for a 3-minute recess, please. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. This is precisely why I ask council sometimes to alert the clerk ahead of time so we don't have to have these pauses during council meeting. I'm going to ask our clerk to read the motion and also to put it up on screen so that the public is clear, as well as your council colleagues who would like to see it in writing. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
It would help if I unmute. That report 22-083 CD Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street always stop control be received, and that Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street be converted to an always stop control. New recommendation, and that city staff be directed to monitor the area for 1 year and report back on the impact of traffic in the area. And further, that the bylaw to amend bylaw 187-06 included as Appendix A to report 22-083 CD be passed.
Thank you. You could take it down off the screen, and I'm going to go to Councillor Devine first, and then I'm going to move to Mr. DeLebeck to answer a couple questions. So I'm going to have Councillor Devine speak to it first. Go ahead, please.
One question, if this gets passed the way it is, does that Appendix A, does that bylaw get changed, or would it get changed after the 1 year?
I'm going to ask Mr. DeLebeck to step in, please. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Devine, Appendix A is the amendment to the traffic and parking bylaw. It would amend it to implement the always stop control. It would remain in place until such time that council would decide to change that implementation of an always stop at Franklin and Adam.
So that means at the end of the 1 year, if it was ineffective, it would be changed?
It would not be removed automatically, Councillor Devine, or through the mayor to Councillor Devine, sorry. It would require an amendment to the traffic and parking bylaw, a subsequent amendment to the traffic and parking bylaw from council, which could be included as part of the 1 year monitoring follow-up report to council.
Okay, let me explain the issues here. If you go to page 112 of the document, there's a very small map there. It shows the star where the three-way stop's located. And I don't have a huge problem with three-way stop, by the way. So if you look at Queen Street, coming up Adams Street, it's hard to read. You have a hill there. So between there and Tannery East, you might have less than 100 yards. You'll see that Tannery East and Tannery West do not abut one another, which is another problem. And then if you go from Tannery Street West up to Adams Street, which is a very short distance, can't be more than 120 feet. In that section there, there's two hills. Traffic coming up from Guelph Avenue, when it's busy, my concern is, and this is why I'd like it monitored for that 1 year, my concern is that the traffic will get backed up from Franklin Boulevard down to Guelph Avenue. And it would even be worse in snow conditions. And I understand it meets all the warrants. It does meet all the warrants, but we have to look at unique situations. And I'm not saying that we should not be putting a three-way stop in there. I'm saying it should be monitored for 1 year. Because that section of the road, particularly in the winter, is very dangerous. If you take the Guelph Avenue Hill, and there's two hills on Adams Street. One of the issues, there is an issue there at the end of Franklin Boulevard. If you come to the end of Franklin and hit Adams Street, and you're turning left onto Adams Street, you have a hard time seeing what's coming down Adam from your right-hand side because there's a sign there, a permanent sign that was put. So I would like to see this monitored for 1 year. And I would like council support on that. And then not just that, that's just not that intersection, the area, which would be Queen Street, Guelph Avenue, Tannery, Adam, and Franklin. And we also have to remember that during the summer months, from Tannery to Adam, Queen Street is closed. So then there's another increase in traffic directly up and down Adam Street. And I'm not sure if that was taken into account. I'm more concerned about safety than anything. And in a year from now, if it works, I'm all in favor. We have to find another solution, and we need to find it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Mr. DeLebeck. I think if Mr. DeLebeck, if you wouldn't mind weighing into what monitoring means, what kind of monitoring that entails, what the potential costs might be, how often it would be monitored. Like I'm just wondering if you could address some of those issues, because I think it's going to have certainly some financial impacts potentially. Go ahead, please.
Through the mayor, based on the description of what Councillor Devine has provided, that type of monitoring would likely require several types of cameras to be running for a year. We don't have those assets in order to deploy to be able to monitor these things. The best that we could be able to do is to conduct periodic warrant analysis at the intersection to see how it's performing over the course of a year, perhaps on a quarterly basis or a bi-monthly basis. But I don't think we would see a significant change in the traffic patterns at the intersection. Monitoring the traffic conditions of all these streets would be very cumbersome, and I would need to go away to figure out the financial implication of such.
May I respond to that, Mayor McGarry?
Well, it was my question, but go ahead.
No, I understand your question, but it's also a safety concern for the community. I mean, it was different terms for monitoring. You could, yeah, I would suggest you would probably do it at peak periods. But I have visions of that traffic being backed up from Guelph Avenue right to the stop sign in Adam Street. And then we're gonna have issues. So if it can be monitored semi-monthly to get a read on it, that's fine. That's fine. But I don't think this is a slam dunk. I don't believe this is a slam dunk here. So if it's every 2 months, you monitor it and report it, that's fine. But, and also the other thing is the accidents will tell too, right?
Councillor Liggett, did you want to speak to this? Do you have a question?
Yes, when this motion was put on the floor before our little break there, I had a concern with the wording of this, and Councillor Devine brought it forward. He asked that question. I don't understand why we would be making this into a permanent bylaw if we're going to do a study of the area. Why wouldn't we just do the study, receive the report, do the study, and make a final decision in a year, or the incoming council in a year, and then put forward the bylaw? It doesn't make sense to me that we would be putting a formal bylaw into place at this point in time. Thanks.
Mr. DeLebeck, do you have any comment on that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Liggett, essentially, without the bylaw amendment, the stop sign configuration to an always stop is not enforceable.
Okay, well, that answers that. Councillor Mann, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, the only comment I was going to say, and Councillor Devine alluded to it, was that motor vehicle collisions at that location will give you some kind of feedback. But I think the divisional commander out of the Cambridge station, as well as the officers working in that particular area, will be able to give you some feedback, which could be the monitoring. as far as the appropriateness and the effectiveness of the stop sign at that location too, if that helps the situation. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions at the moment? Mr. DeLibet, please go ahead.
If it's acceptable to Councillor Devine, perhaps it's a passive type of approach to monitoring, in which we monitor any types of complaints that we receive from council, or not from council, from the public, as a result of the implementation of an always stop at this location, in combination with any information that we would receive from police services as an alternative approach, rather than implementing cameras as an active approach. Food for thought, just throwing that out there.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Councillor Devine to see if that's acceptable.
Yes, through the mayor, sorry. Mr. DeLibet, we can accept that. Okay, because I'm sure if it's going to happen, what could potentially happen, you're going to get lots of complaints. So I can live with that. But I'm not sure I can live with, you did say that without putting the Appendix A in, you said that it would not be enforceable. So what does that mean? It's not enforceable. Somebody doesn't stop for the stop sign, you can't enforce it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Devine, that's correct.
Well, I don't see that as being a big deal. Half the stop signs in town, nobody stops at.
Yes, but sorry.
Go
Through
ahead,
the mayor,
Mr. DeLibet.
Through the mayor to Councillor Devine, the difference is that if a ticket is issued for failure to stop at a stop sign, it could not be enforced through the courts.
Okay, well, the only thing I can say is we have problems with it a year from now, and you're going to bring back a report, correct? Under this motion, you're going to bring back a report in a year?
Go ahead, Mr. DeLibet.
Through the mayor to Councillor Devine, it's my understanding that should we receive public complaint or issues from police services, that we will then bring a report back to council in a year's time to identify and bring these, or sooner if there's significant issues as a result of implementing an always stop at this intersection.
Okay, but that's fine. But the motion says you're going to bring a report back in a year. That's what the motion says.
And I think that that's what the expectation would be, Councillor Devine.
That's what the motion is, yes. Okay, thank you.
All right. I think we're going to have the clerk read it one more time, and then we'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
I've made some slight tweaks just based on the conversation. That report, I'll put it on the screen first. So that report 22-083 CD Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street always stop condition be received, and that Franklin Boulevard at Adams Street be converted to an always stop control, and that city staff be directed to monitor the area semi-monthly for 1 year and report back on the impact of traffic in the area and on the appropriateness and effectiveness of the stop condition. And further, that the bylaw to amend bylaw 187-06 included as Appendix A to report 22-083 CD be passed.
All right, is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, listening to the back and forth answers to the question, I didn't get the impression that the semi-monthly was what was agreed upon by staff. I thought it was monitoring complaints and the police report, and it was passive monitoring.
I'm going to have Mr. DeLibet re-clarify that, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Mcgary. Through to Councillor Wolf, that is correct. It would be my intention that we would do a passive monitoring approach through public complaint and feedback from police services to bring back a report within 1 year's time of today's date.
Change it.
And I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Okay, Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Liggett,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
Favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
Opposed?
Mayor Mcgary,
Opposed?
and that carries.
Thank you. We're now going to move to on agenda item 9.1.1, report 22-008-IFS, Sustainable Waterloo Region 2021 Annual Report. Councillor Reed, you have the motion. Would you like the clerk to read it?
We will, dude. I'll go for a swim in the morning.
Sorry, Councillor Hamilton, you're
Oh,
off
sorry.
mute.
I have family in here with me.
Yes, we could hear them. No problem.
Yes, would she read it, please?
Madam Clerk?
Moved by Councillor Reed, seconded by Councillor Wolf, that report 22-008-IFS, Sustainable Waterloo Region 2021 Annual Report be received.
Are there any questions for staff? Does council have any comments? Seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta,
Favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Liggett,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgary,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Our next item is agenda number 9.1.2, report 22-005, IFS Jumpstart Accessible Sports Amenity Opportunity. And we're bringing in our Director of Operations, Mike Hauser, who just appeared on the screen as his name was being called. And Mike is here to provide some introductory remarks and introduce our presenter. So welcome, Mike. Please begin.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I'm pleased to introduce the report you have before you for the Jumpstart Accessibility Sports Amenity Opportunity. This report has come to us by way of an offer and conversation from Canadian Tire, who provides support to help build accessible sports facilities to different communities, as well as other opportunities that they offer to other municipalities. Marco is here today as a delegate that can explain in more detail through a presentation of what opportunity they are presenting to council today.
Thank you. Marco, it's Mayor Mcgary. Are you able to hear us? Are you able to unmute? Just one moment till we, oh, there he's unmuted. Marco,
Yes.
It's Mayor Mcgary. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Are you able to hear me?
Absolutely, we are. Well, welcome. And we've got the presentation that's going to come up shortly, and then you can ask the clerk to move the slides forward for you. And it's just getting up there now. So welcome and please begin.
Perfect. So really appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of the work that we hope we can work in partnership with you to bring to the City of Cambridge. That is part of our longstanding mission to bring sport, physical activity, and recreation to as many kids as possible, including those who have been marginalized and left underrepresented in the space of play due to a number of different challenges. So if we can advance to the first slide titled Purpose and Mission, just want to give everyone a brief overview of Jumpstart and what we do, just to make sure that there are no assumptions about the scope of work that we undertake in communities across the country. So our goal is really to use sport, physical activity, and recreation as a vehicle to help kids achieve the best version of themselves. And through a national ecosystem of partners in virtually every community from coast to coast to coast, we work through approximately 3,000 organizations at any given time to really deliver programming that is intended to create safe and high quality spaces for kids to participate in sport, physical activity, and recreation, with the goal of helping them achieve social outcomes that are beyond just the benefits of physical activity. So we're thinking about social and emotional learning, pro-social behaviors, and everything else associated with positive youth development in the spirit that Nelson Mandela shared, given that yesterday was, his anniversary. The spirit that sport is a great equalizer that gives everyone the opportunity to really excel and achieve the best version of themselves. On the next slide, you see a bit of an overview of how we do that in present day. We have a portfolio of programs that support access to sport, physical activity, and recreation at the community level through granting to families directly, granting to community organizations that represent underserved youth, partnerships with organizations that help us innovate in terms of program delivery, tackling gender equity through targeted programs to really create safe spaces for girls through the lens of intersectionality. We obviously had to create different ways of connecting with youth through the pandemic, and we've sustained that method of program delivery in an online format, making us a bit akin to the Peloton or Apple Fitness Plus for children and youth across Canada to access quality, safe programming from the safety of their own homes. But what we want to talk to you about today is part of our inclusive play portfolio, and that is a commitment that we made back in 2017 to deliver $50 million worth of programming, infrastructure, coaching, education, and research to help inform future policy around inclusive play spaces for kids with different types of disabilities. On the next slide, you'll see our history. We have obviously not been, we have some longevity in communities across country, having been working to create barrier-free access to sport and physical activity for upwards of 15 years now. We have helped well over 2.4 million children at this point and have invested over $200 million in communities across Canada. We do not dictate what kids can do in their local communities. We really take our lead from what they want to participate in, how they want to participate in it, and we work with the organizations in local communities to really deliver on those expectations. We're by no means a cookie cutter model that does the same thing in every community every day of the year, year in and year out. On the next slide is really the crux of what we want to share with you this evening, Mayor and Council members, is an opportunity to take some of our innovative approaches to inclusive play spaces and bring it to the residents of Cambridge. As I mentioned, since 2017, one of the pillars of our inclusive play project has been to build inclusive recreational infrastructure across Canada. Since that time, we've created upwards now of 500,000 square feet of incremental inclusive play spaces in well over 30 communities across the country. And we want to bring this opportunity to Cambridge in the form of one of our new inclusive multi-sport courts. These are not your typical multi-sport courts. We have gone through the painstaking process of working with leaders in the space of accessible sport, parasport, and mixed ability sport to create the penultimate leading edge space for kids with different types of abilities. Everything from the color of the surfacing, which I have to tell you jokingly, we went through every variation of the color blue for the court surface itself to make sure that it contrasted with every color of ball imaginable to make sure that children with no vision and low vision had an opportunity to really excel on this space. From the setting of the different basketball nets on this court to configure to different heights so that they can be adjustable for wheelchair basketball, for younger participants, for older participants, and for traditional basketball, to the shade structures, the accessible seating, the fencing, which prevents a safe environment for children who are on the autism spectrum, prevents them from fleeing and putting themselves in dangerous situations, to the sensory play areas, all of which have been designed with inclusion in mind. On the next slide, you'll see additional features of the court, some of the dimensions. We have variations of this design. We can include FIBA regulation size basketball courts, which has the advantage of attracting national and international caliber tournaments if there's an interest to pursue that, or we can just create a recreational space with a standard high school size basketball court. We have options to include tennis or volleyball courts, pickleball if that's of interest. I say that jokingly. Apparently pickleball is the absolute rage in every community in our country. And of course, all the sensory and inclusive features that one would need to really make this a space where participants and parents and observers can all feel welcome and included. On the next slide, you'll see that, again, our commitment not just to building these spaces, but to constantly improving and innovating. We have a partnership with the University of Toronto's Faculty of Kinesiology and Physical Education to really ensure that we are taking our lead from participants and users of the spaces that we're building to continually improve how they're built and what's included in the spaces. That goes no differently for the multi-sport court that we would propose building in Cambridge with your support. And on the next slide, you'll see, of course, we rely heavily on our corporate benefactor, Canadian Tire Corporation, and our various dealers in communities across the country. Our local Canadian Tire dealer in Cambridge has also already stepped up and volunteered to support this initiative should we be able to proceed in partnership with the City of Cambridge. And what you see here is an example of the kind of subtle recognition and branding that we would incorporate on the site should there be an interest in working with us. We try not to make this a big branded recreation space, but we do want to recognize the incredible unwavering support of our local Canadian Tire dealers, as well as the countless employees across the country who help us bring Jumpstart's mission to life. The next slide simply summarizes the features and benefits of what we are proposing, which is approximately a 13,000 square foot universally accessible play space that has been designed with all of the potential features to create an inclusive space for children of all abilities. We don't want to burden the city, so this would be a gift in kind to the City of Cambridge. We don't want you to have to deal with the burden of maintenance over the long term. So we have taken the pain of working with the best vendors in the country to create the best spaces possible. And with that comes best-in-class warranties that then become transferred to the city once the space is donated back to you. The value of this work is estimated at about $500,000. There's some variability there depending on the ultimate design that we net out on, whether there's a FIBA court, whether there's a smaller basketball court, how many additional courts we add on. But roughly speaking, the gift in kind would be about $500,000. And I want to stress that again, Jumpstart would take the responsibility of working with you to identify space that makes sense. We would then come in with our vendor partners, build the facility after you're done with site preparation, and then the site becomes yours. So it's effectively a gift in kind. On the next slide, really just a snapshot of how we are truly committed to this, as are our ambassador athletes across the country. You see there Connor McDavid, who, although he hasn't had the success he wants from a professional hockey standpoint, has definitely helped us promote the importance of inclusive play on many occasions throughout the country. This is something that is embedded in our DNA, so to speak, to really ensure that inclusion is at the forefront of everything we do. There are obviously details and specifics around the type of gift that we're proposing to the city here. We do hope that if this is of interest to council, that you would invest in the site preparation costs. Those are not insignificant costs, but they are a fraction of what we are proposing in terms of the gift in kind of the finished multi-sport court. With that, I'll stop for any questions that you may have, and obviously happy to answer any questions related to the details of this opportunity.
Well, thank you so much, Marco, and delighted to see such an excellent presentation and, you know, those individuals that was sledge hockey, was it not, that last slide?
That's correct, which we now refer to as para hockey, but yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn now to members of council to see if you have questions for Marco. And seeing none come up, I had one. I had the opportunity to come out and meet some of the Jumpstart folks in the old days before COVID, when we used to actually see games until recently. And they were out at a particular baseball game in our Riverside Park, must have been 2019 then. And it was interesting to talk about all the different dynamics with the parents there of special needs kids who were engaging in a simple baseball game and some games on the court during that period of time. And they taught me some of the things that you were talking about, some of the issues around just adequate amount of fencing to keep those individuals safe that may be runners. Some of the parents talked about the type of courts that were used, the surfaces that really help prevent injuries for those that tended to trip and fall a lot. And your comment about how the different colors on the court sort of helped those with disabilities with not only sight loss, but those that really needed some strong cues in order to sort of stay within boundaries, how important that was. So I certainly appreciate the really the attention to those individuals in our community that don't have a chance to play on usual services very often. I guess I'm going to just ask a question then. When it comes to the courts or some of the structures that you've already built in the different communities, have you seen instances where adjustments need to be made depending on the community, or has there been any kind of new activities added, such as pickleball courts, which is who knew it was going to be the up and coming sport in the province of Ontario, but it is. But is there room later to add to it, as I guess is what I'm trying to ask?
It's a great question, and we in our experience, it would be difficult to add after the fact. But the advantage of having a more flexible design process up front is that depending on where the court is situated, depending on what's co-located next to it or adjacent to it, we can make the determination with city staff based on local community interests what the best configuration would be. And we have ample data to bring to the table for that discussion. But a practical example of that, we're discussing a similar court in a municipality in Alberta, and they are proposing a site where they already have a cluster of 6 pickleball courts. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense to add one more pickleball court to this multi-sport court facility. They are under indexed in terms of basketball space. So there we are trying to modify the design to have 2 basketball courts as opposed to a basketball court, pickleball court configuration. So that due diligence can be done up front, and obviously using all of the data that we have at our disposal through your municipal use, as well as through the data that we have through sport participation interests among children and youth in your community.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I'm quite impressed about the program itself, is that it's very individualized to really meet the needs of the community that you're trying to establish one of these play areas in. So certainly appreciate the answers. I think what I'm going to do at this point is we'll put the motion on the floor, and then we'll move further to any questions and comments. So Councillor Mehta, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. This motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine, and the recommendation is that report 22-005 IFS Jumpstart accessible sports amenity opportunity be received, and that Council directs staff to undertake public engagement and consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to finalize location based on the 3 proposed sites and complete detailed design. And further, that Council approve a new capital project with a budget of $140,000 to be funded from the Capital Works Reserve Fund to complete public engagement and detailed design. And further, that Council directs staff to include a capital construction project to build a Jumpstart accessible sports amenity in partnership with Canadian Tire as part of the 2023 capital budget. And further, that council authorizes the mayor and clerk to sign the Jumpstart funding agreement to the satisfaction of the city solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to leave Marco on for now. Thanks, Marco, for staying. And we'll now turn again to see if there's any further questions for staff or our consultant from members of council. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I know as I read through this, I was very excited about all the possibilities that could happen for children and youth, and particularly those with that need these kind of facilities to be more accessible to them. But I'm wondering now, are you telling us that there will only be 2 courts there and we have to choose whether it's going to be basketball, whether it's going to be volleyball, whether it's going to, and we can only have 2 choices? Did I read that correctly?
I'm going to ask Marco to weigh in. Go ahead, please.
Certainly. So yes, the space, it's not so much that you have to choose as we have a, we will work with you to recommend what the right configuration is, whether it's 2 courts side by side that can accommodate basketball, or 2 courts side by side that can accommodate a variety of sports, including, because keep in mind, some of the court spaces can double for basketball, for tennis and volleyball, and the adapted versions of those sports. So depending on what the needs are for the community based on youth and child usage, we will work with city staff to recommend the right configuration to get the maximal amount of activity on those courts.
Oh, thank you. That's very great to know that.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Marco, thank you for the presentation. In terms of the cost, you provide the 500,000 or up to 500,000, and we have to prepare the site. But does your 500,000 pay for basically all the things on the site?
That is absolutely correct. So what's involved in the site preparation costs, again, not insignificant, so I want to acknowledge that, is the excavation and the laying of an asphalt pad and the roughing in of the electrical work. Everything else, so the court surfacing material, the netting, the fencing, the lighting, the seating, the bleachers, all of that is covered by Jumpstart through at an estimate of about $500,000 through an in-kind gift once the project is completed. So you're absolutely correct. Everything that you saw in the designs, that's all included in the gift in kind.
Okay. Thank you. And I have one question maybe for staff.
Go ahead.
And that is, of the 3 sites, since it's the, I guess, preparation of the asphalt thing that we're looking at, are there difference in prices for each site? Is one site significantly going to cost more than another site?
You've unmuted there, Mr. Hauser, so please go ahead.
Well, I can speak to a bit about the site selection that's in this report through your worship to Councillor Wolf. Staff have reviewed all of the city parks and available spaces that fit the basic criteria of where a site like this can exist. Some of the basic requirements is physically enough space for the sports facility itself, but also parking that exists in near proximity, as well as washrooms that exist in very close to the facility that either are accessible or can be modified to be made accessible. So by nature of those requirements, each of these sites have a very wide variety of costs associated with making it ready to receive the equipment to be installed to build this site. So there is quite a wide range of costs. However, those costs are yet not completely known and won't be known until we move into more of a final design process through our engineering services group.
Okay, thank you. So if we're looking at cost reduction, we could maybe choose a site that has the least cost, possibly.
I'm going to just weigh in there, Councillor Wolf, and just note that in the recommendation itself, it does talk about that this motion here in front of us is to direct staff to undertake public engagement and consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to finalize a location based on the 3 proposed sites and complete detailed design. So just to clarify with Mr. Hauser, I would suspect that this would be coming to council a second time, would it, with the results of the outcome of that proposed engagement?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that's exactly right. The 3 locations we've presented here, we feel are the most suitable and feasible options that exist in the city, thereby the lowest cost. Any other site that we have either have too many constraints or would have significantly more cost associated. So for example, other sites that might have physical space do not currently have a washroom. So the cost to build a washroom would be considerably more than any of these 3 sites that are available. But as you had noted, final selection would be subject to consultation with the Accessibility Committee, the community at large, and that may or may not be the cheapest build option at the table.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you and to Mr. Hauser. Mike, was this something that we were considering for the future anyway?
Thank you for the question. Through Your Worship and to Councillor Mann, I think it's always on the city's radar to build accessible facilities wherever possible. So we're always looking for opportunities such as in any way, shape, or form to create accessible amenities. And I think this one has certainly come to the table and is why we're presenting to council here. It is was not a specific planned project, but the opportunity is here in front of us and presented to council for your consideration.
Thanks, Mike. And certainly, when you have an opportunity like this to join with Jumpstart and create an initiative that's going to address the needs in our community, I think it's something that's very valuable to the members of our community. I guess my next question is probably to Ms. Ayers is, I know that other projects will be pushed out if this is to go ahead. And does that, by pushing those projects out, does it increase the cost of those projects when they're pushed out further down the road?
Go ahead, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Mcgary, to Councillor Mann. Potentially, it could increase the price of the projects as they get pushed out. Just as a reminder to council, with the 2022 capital budget and forecast that was presented, there were 36 unfunded projects worth $32 million in the capital forecast that were not approved because the city didn't have the funding for them. So we do have an existing backload of projects that the city already had planned to undertake that are currently unaffordable. So this will result in other projects being deferred into the future and create further issues in our funding ability.
That's great. Thanks very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
I have a question as to what are sleeper systems and whether a 15-foot 5-tier bleacher system is adequate. Or are we doing this minimally here?
And I'm going to turn to Mr. Hauser.
I don't think I can fully answer that question. I think that may be part of the public consultation process and the final design process that would determine some of the specifics. And I expect that'll be some of the variability that Marco spoke of in terms of these sites.
Perhaps Marco could tell us what a sleeper system is. You're avoiding that one, I see, Mike.
It's a very good question, and again, so absolutely correct that this is one of the features that we may want to consider expanding on. In our experience, the proposed size of bleachers that is proposed for the site works adequately to accommodate spectators for recreational purposes. So again, where we've had applications of the multi-sport court, where really it's designed for recreational use, there is adequate space there for parents or caregivers or siblings to watch their family members participate and play. If these courts were built for more competitive purposes, if we go with a FIBA regulation basketball court, for example, where you might have national, international, regional competitions coming in, that's where you may want to consider larger bleacher space to accommodate a larger number of prospective individuals who are watching the activity underway. So that is something that should come through with public consultation.
And a sleeper system?
Sorry, and the
what is a sleeper
which
system? It's listed a sleeper system. What is a sleeper system?
That is a good, I don't know if that's a misprint of some sort. So I may have to get back to you on that through staff. Take a look here at the documentation.
Page 177, 15 5-tier bleacher and sleeper systems.
You have the
that may be
I'm just going to weigh in. I'm not sure that Marco has the document in front. So do you have that in front of you, or I'm going to
I'm
ask
taking
Mr.
a look now.
Okay.
Tier sleeper systems. So I think what it refers to is the shading structure that is hanging above the bleacher system. So as part of the one of the things that we need to ensure to make these spaces inclusive is that we are providing respite from the elements, both on the play surface itself, and that's where you see that series of 5 segments of surfacing material, or sorry, shade structures that provide respite for the participants on the court itself. Similarly, the bleachers have a shade structure that is a separate engineered piece from the bleachers itself, but also provides respite from both the sun and other inclement elements for individuals who are sitting and enjoying observation of any of the play that is taking place on the court. So those shade structures would obviously change in size depending on what the bleachers end up being in terms of their size.
Okay, follow up, please, Madam Chair, on that.
Go ahead.
So is that in addition to the shade structure of 100 foot by 20 foot and the 1 by 25 by 18? Are we looking at?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a comment. I'm really excited about this particular venture. Certainly, I think that it does speak to our goals as a city and our strategic plan to ensure that our community is accessible and that everybody can reach their full potential. And in my former role, I was one of the home care coordinators who dealt with a young population who came out of school, often from the life skills program, and then were kind of sent sent home with really very little to do. And I remember hearing the parents lamenting that for young individuals or those that are pretty active, there was very little for them to do in a supervised capacity. Passport funding was often provided for mentors to come in, but there was very little for those individuals to go out and do in a safe capacity. They were looking for something like this, something that would allow their individual of any age really to get out and enjoy some of the sports in an accessible way, whether they were wheelchair bound, had mobility aids, had sight issues or whatever, in a safe environment where they could go and play with their peers. They weren't necessarily judged by anybody else in the court, and that they were given a chance to succeed, try out new sports, join up in the Paralympics if need be. But this is a kind of opportunity I'm really excited about for our community. The fact that Jumpstart has come in and offered this gift to our community, certainly it's taking an investment by the city itself, and I certainly don't underestimate that. But we also were very pleased when we were negotiating with Buckingham Sports in the ice park in order to put a 4 ice pad there and ensure that one of the pads was there set out for sledge hockey or para hockey, as I was just corrected for. So for me, I think that this is an excellent opportunity to move forward with accessible play areas that can benefit our entire community. So very much in support here as we move forward to the next steps potentially. I'm going to stop there and go to Councillor Adshade. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship, and I'm in full support of this motion. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. It's wonderful that Jumpstart's willing to donate $500,000. That's tremendous and very helpful. And it's accessible, it's for all abilities. And one of the main goals I had when I came onto council was to improve our recreation facilities. And I think we've done a great job on this. I think we've really come a long way with the sports complex, with the gym, pools, and arenas. We're doubling and renovating the Preston Odd. We established a 4-rink complex at the sports park and our new soccer field complex on Linden Drive. I think this would be a great another addition in the city for all abilities and accessible. And I think it would be a real sports magnet. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity and I'm in full support of this motion.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Reid. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to say I am in support of this motion. I love partnerships. I think partnerships and collaboration with people around in our community and our broader community, our country, are things that really bring our people together. And as we learned before from other presentations, that being together and working together really makes our community a place that people want to live in. So I'm very supportive of this, and I think it will be very helpful to children and youth who have disabilities, so that they're not the others, that they are just among us the same as we are. And so I'm hoping that there will be support from this council for this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands, we're ready to call for the vote. Oh, Councillor Mann, a split second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be quick. Like the others, I'm very supportive of this motion too. I think we need to be an inclusive community, and it's an opportunity for us to really make sure that we do provide the services for all members of our community. And I'm excited about the partnership that we'll establish with Jumpstart as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton. Did we lose Councillor Hamilton? Okay. Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And thank you again, Marco, to you and Jumpstart and Canadian Tire for the investment that you're bringing to our community.
Mayor Mcgary, can I take 5?
sorry, many thanks to you all. And we genuinely look forward to partnering with staff and the city to bring this to the residents of Cambridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I was going to now call for a recess. Councillor Devine, did you speak out?
Yes, I'd like to take 5 if we could.
Sorry, say that again.
I'd like to take 5 minutes if we could.
Yeah, we're going to take 10.
Very good, thank you.
Read my mind. So I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. We're coming back on. I'm just going to ask council to turn on their cameras, please. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. When Councillor Liggett joined us earlier in the meeting, I forgot to ask her, sorry, Councillor Liggett, just whether you had any items of pecuniary interest to declare this evening.
No, I do not.
Thank you. So our next item is number 9.4.1, Report 22-091 CD Press and Auditorium Expansion Project Schematic Design Approval. So I'd like to welcome Shane Taylor, our project lead in Recreation Services, who's going to provide some introductory remarks and introduce our presenter. Welcome, Shane, and please begin.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. The team and I are really pleased to be here to present our latest schematic design for your approval. Quite a bit of time has passed since we last met with you, and we frankly have been very busy. Since that time, the project team has done quite a lot of work to review the program, to review user feedback, to look at space layouts, and to diligently work up a design that we feel that we can really get quite very excited about. Joining me here this evening is our architecture consultant, Scott Robinson. Scott's from architects Tillman, Ruth, and Robinson. Scott's going to walk you through a high-level review of where we have been over the past couple of years since we started the project back in 2020, and then quickly review the process that we followed since the last council meeting in December. He's then going to walk you through the floor plans. He's going to highlight what we're planning on keeping in the existing building and what we're going to be adding. After Scott finishes, he's just going to hand it back to me for a few final remarks before we hear from delegations. And of course, Scott and the rest of the staff team will stay on after the presentations to answer any questions that you have. I also just want to point out that we have the project steering committee here on the call as well, just so that we can make sure that we answer all questions that you've got after we've heard all the information. So at that, I'm going to hand it over to Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Great. Thank you, Shane. Pleasure to be back in front of council. And I know this is an important project for the community, so we're excited to share with you what we've accomplished, as Shane said, in the last little while. Actually, I was looking back at my notes. It was 2 years ago, almost to the day, that we had our kickoff meeting, July 17th, 2020. So lots of water under the bridge, but all good. And I guess if we can get the presentation up, I can start speaking to that.
There it goes, Scott. Thank you.
Great. Sure, you can click to the next slide. Yeah, so it was about 2 years ago, and the original mandate, was to create a 35,000 square foot addition, which really didn't include too much renovation on the existing side of the facility, and we had a budget of about $12.7 million. So, after that first kickoff meeting and a few subsequent meetings, we realized that that program was not going to satisfy the needs of the community. So we set off into a feasibility study where we met with the users and worked with city staff, and basically the program doubled in size, and consequently the budget did as well. We worked on several different options and design iterations. I think it was option 4 or 5 that we presented to you last December. You can go to the next slide. And we presented that last December, and it was close, but it wasn't quite there. We had some good feedback. So we went back to the drawing board, so to speak. We reconnected with all the user groups and had meetings with the accessibility committee, and we updated and created a further revised functional program, and we fine-tuned the schematic design to reflect that new program. We also took it to, sort of the next level. We engaged our engineers mechanically, electrically, structurally, and with our civil consultants. And we worked on a few different cost estimates. I think the high level watermark was around 29.5. So we worked with staff and our consultants again to bring this down to a budget that was more suitable. So that's kind of where we are today. We're going to present the associated plans with that budget. So you can go to the next slide. Hopefully it's not too faded, but basically this represents your existing facility. Not overly inspiring right now, but it was designed back in the early 70s. 71 was, I think, when the design was tendered. It's about 32,000 square feet. So, and you can kick off to the next slide. So what we did first, we looked at the existing change rooms. They seem to be the area that needed the most help. So basically we went in, we're proposing to go in and just gut all of them completely and create 6 new change rooms that bring up to modern standards and it meets all accessibility and OADA. So that was the first order. We also looked at the banquet hall. Throughout a number of our user group meetings, we heard the desire for more community space, but we also heard that the teams and people using the committee needed a place for dryland training. So the intent is to create that as a sort of multifunctional area to accommodate that dryland training aspect that's really required, but also still be able to maintain the community amenity as well. So we're also going to be looking at updating those existing washrooms that are to the left of that room, if people are familiar with that part of the facility. So next slide. I guess then came the big move, pushing north. We created a new NHL size rink, complete with heated seating of approximately 230 seats. We created 6 additional dressing rooms and 2 new referee rooms with a flex change room as well. Again, all accessible and barrier free. We created a nice new entry experience, new lobby with sufficient size to accommodate lots of people. If there's tournaments, lots of crush space there. We're putting in all new washroom facilities, barrier free, of course, as well as a universal washroom. We've created some new staff spaces, as well as some new back of house, new Zamboni rooms, mechanical, electrical spaces. And then finally, we've added about 1,500 square feet of additional storage space, because again, pretty much every group we met with needed storage space. So it's kind of like everybody needs more closet space, that kind of thing. Anyway, next slide. From there, the final step of the design was expanding to the south and to the west. So we're proposing ripping out the current ice pad and all the refrigeration system that goes with that, putting in a new pad and new dasher boards, and that's 82.5 by 200 feet, so just shy of the NHL size. We've also created that square on the to the very left of your screen is the new dressing facilities for the Rivs hockey team. It also includes office space and training space. So we've created that. It's completely separate from the change rooms to the north. They have a dedicated entry. So I think it's going to be a really great facility for them, and trying to create that home rink advantage, if you will. And next slide. Yeah, so this just pulls it all together. The colored areas are the spaces that we're touching, which is a majority of the building. So we've over doubled the square footage of your existing facility. Next slide. The second floor, so basically the second floor as it exists now, we have the stands, and we're going to be looking at doing a little bit of refresh into the existing boardroom and creating some new staff office spaces, which is the purple block to the bottom of the page. The existing washroom facilities, existing canteen, and eating area will remain as is. It'll be used by both the renovated portion of the building and the new portion of the building. We're also creating some accessible seating, again, for wheelchairs, and because we heard from the users that although they had some existing to the bottom of the stands, we wanted to create something that was a bit more democratic and into the center space. So second floor will be accessed by the existing elevator and a new stairway. Next slide. So yeah, as I said, we've got basically doubling the size, brand new 70,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility, 2 new ice surfaces with all new refrigeration, new boards, new dehumidification, new Zamboni rooms. Working with the staff and the operators of the existing facility was great. They were very helpful in helping us through some of the shortcomings of the existing operations, I guess, if you will, of the facility. And then, of course, creating new community rooms and community amenities, which, after all, this is a community facility. So, we've got that base covered, and all areas will be fully accessible and inclusive. And we're targeting LEED Silver as far as the sustainability goes. But we're looking to be future ready for LEED Gold, if that is a possibility in the future, and working with our mechanical and electrical engineers to accommodate that. And that is actually something that is happening on probably half our projects right now with the 2030 mandate and some municipalities with 2025 mandate. So hopefully that encapsulates fairly succinctly where we've been in the last 6 months. I know you guys have had a long night, so I don't want to go on too long, but I think maybe Shane will close it up, and then if there's questions, happy to stick around and answer some. Sorry, if you just go to the next slide.
Yeah, if you wanted to, sorry, Rachel, if you want to go to the next slide, please.
It's coming.
Sorry about that.
Just slide number 11 there, Rachel, please.
There we go.
Great. So there's just a couple of things I did want to touch on that Scott spoke to. Number one, just to clarify that the concessions area in this building is in fact staying. It's a good size. It functions well. We heard from the user groups that it functions quite well, so that's staying. To bolster that, we are adding some vending machines on the ground floor level, so we feel that we're kind of covering all of our bases. And then I did just want to note as well, Scott spoke to adding community spaces. We're also adding some office space for the Preston Neighborhood Association, so they're very excited about that. And then I guess just also to highlight, we've worked really hard to keep the building elements that contribute to sense of place at Preston on. So as you all know, it's a great spot in there. It's got a lot of history to it, built quite a long time ago. And we don't want to just eliminate that. So we're maintaining that. That's something that we heard from some of our user groups as well, is how important it is to maintain that and to highlight our history. So we're going to be partnering with Cambridge Sports Hall of Fame. They're going to be having some space in that main lobby and potentially other locations, key locations within the building to set up some display cases. And we're quite proud of that partnership. We think it's going to be an amazing space in there. We're also quite proud as a project team in that we were able to shoot for a target of the approved budget, and we got really close. And I think that's commendable. And I did just want to highlight that we believe that we've come up with a solution that meets almost every need. It's something that we can be very proud of, and that we are within striking distance of that approved budget. So just quickly, I wanted to review what we're asking here tonight is an approved schematic design, which we're estimating at $28,606,222. We're asking to approve exemption to waiving the LEED Gold requirements of municipal green building policy. That's for cost savings measures. We're also asking to set aside 1.5% of the construction budget to bring on board a project management consultant to help with the construction administration component of this project. Because this project has grown in scope so much, it's quite a bit more complex than it was before. So we feel that is a need. And of course, to approve the total budget increase of $652,000, which works out to approximately 2.3% overage. So at that, I just want to thank you for your time once more, and I will turn it over to Mayor Mcgary.
Thank you very much, Shane and Scott, for our presentation. And I know to hand up, but I'm going to actually go first to our delegation list, Councillor Adshade, if that's okay, as per our usual protocol. So we're gonna do that first, and then I'll open it up for questions. So we have 2 pre-registered delegations for this item. So we're gonna go first to Stuart Allen. So I'm just gonna get staff to bring Stuart into our meeting. Stuart, it's Mayor Mcgary. Can you hear me? Stuart, are you able to unmute? Oh, there you go. Hi, it's Mayor Mcgary. Can you hear me? I can
Sorry?
now. I can now.
Oh, okay. I missed your name. Sorry.
Oh, not at all. It's Mayor Mcgary. And if you'll just hold on for a moment, I'm just going to give a couple of remarks. And thank you for joining us, Stuart. A reminder that you've got 5 minutes to address council.
Yes.
Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So I'm going to let you know when your 5 minutes are up. But at the 4-minute mark, Stuart, you'll hear a bell. That'll give you about a minute to wrap up. And then if you'll stay on the line, there may be questions for you, and I can guide you through that. So with that said, welcome, and you may begin. You now have your 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and good evening, Council. We've had quite a few discussions with city staff regarding this proposed renovation in addition to the Preston Arena. After our last discussion, there was some concern. We had asked for more storage at ice level, and we have one little piece of storage. If it was any further away from the rink, we'd be in the car park. We would like to maintain the ice level storage we've been using for years under the seating area in the existing Preston Arena, so that is still gives us access to all the equipment that we have stored in that area, or had stored in that area. The other concern is the equipment we have mounted to the existing rear wall at the Zamboni end. There is some spot platforms mounted to that end of the arena. There is also some other equipment, and the big concern is our sound equipment, which is that we installed in the building. Excuse me. That being said, I think it's great that you have offered hockey all the bells and whistles that they were asking for, and the private access to the Riverlet's proposed dressing room with private access to or dedicated access to the ice level at the clock end. I know in the past when we've approached council regarding our possible prop shed at the time, the city got back to us and said, yeah, we'll find a place for it if you want to pay for the building. So that was done. And it was the same when we want a designated door at the clock end, but on the opposite side of the ice, so that you could enter the ice level directly from the banquet hall at the clock end of the building. We were given a quote from the city to install that door. It's nice to see that when hockey requires something like that, they get everything they require. Also, when the Kips wanted their building at the same time, the city worked with them to find a location for that, but they had to find the funding to actually construct the building. And it just always seems that, yeah, we use the facilities for all 4 seasons of the year, not just the winter season. We're there spring, summer, fall, and winter, running programs for the kids within this city. But we always seem to be the poor relative when it comes to what's available to the skating fraternity. Hockey seems to predominate. And this is a beautiful blueprint for 2 hockey rinks, dedicated to hockey, for hockey. And I'm sure that both the Riverlets and Cambridge Minor Hockey will be over the moon with this proposal. But for any other sport, sorry, you're just going to have to fit you in where we can make do. Excuse me. As a skating fraternity, the rink across the road has the best skating surface within the city, and is still a viable venue. As a taxpayer, I find that this is the $28.6 million black hole or gift to hockey, one sport within the city, when all others, yes, you will work with them, find them a location for a proposed building, but if they want it built to any of their specifications and dedicated needs, you better find the funding to actually construct the building, which leaves a little bit of a bad taste, especially when we seem to be getting ignored. Our sports or display cabinets that used to be where the vending machines are being designated again. I know the discussion we had, the proposal was we'll bury them down a hallway to the dressing room somewhere. They used to be there for everybody to see. Now nobody can see them.
Stuart, I might just, it's Mayor Mcgary. You are out of time. Just wondering if you could just wrap up, please.
Okay, well, thanks for listening to me. If you've got any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Stuart, for your taking the time to delegate to us this evening. So I'm just going to turn now to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Councillor Mann, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, just a quick question, Stuart. How does what is being provided with the new facility compare to what you had in the old facility?
No difference.
Okay, thank you.
The only addition is that additional little bit of storage buried down in the back of the banquet hall.
Thanks, Stuart.
All right, I don't see any other hands up. Oh, I do. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Stuart, what, if you could have one change, to this building, what would it be?
Well, I'd like to see it more usable for everyone rather than just hockey. I mean, the rink as such has been utilized, and we've put world and Olympic competitors out of this building over the years that's represented our country. What you're proposing here is, well, you're extending the rink a little bit, but there's nothing that really benefits us as a club than what we already had. In actual fact, we've got a little bit of more dedicated storage at one end, which is between the banquet hall and the new Cambridge Minor Hockey office. But we had more storage under the bleachers here, the seating area, which is not dedicated to it. It may be going to somebody else. I don't know. But that's where we kept a lot of our equipment that was used for the programs that we run on the actual ice surface.
Okay. So basically you would like more storage closer to the ice surface.
Yeah,
And
that's one of the big requests. But one of the other things was that we've got 2 hockey rinks, and as a club, we are looking for a more dedicated dedicated storage area closer to the ice surface in the current building, which we had and had for years. But I noticed I believe it was originally given to Cambridge Minor Hockey, but they never used it. So we approached them and they said, yeah, use it, because we're not.
okay. Well, maybe hopefully something can still be worked out.
Well, that's very hopeful that will be the case.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Liggett's next. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stuart, I seem to remember, I think back in December, the discussion, I asked the question about the difference in the ice, and you require a different type of ice for ice figure skating versus hockey, and that's where the problem comes into this. Just how much conversation did you have with staff? Council isn't aware of that. We put it in the hands of staff and the consultant, and we assume that's all being done. So did you put all of that forward? Could you please tell me?
We did put a bit of a wish list forward, but we were really concerned with all the stuff that we already have in that building that the club has paid for to have in the building for utilizing and running our programs, and a lot of the stuff that we've used over the years in ice shows. And I know at the one end, the staff did come back and say, "Oh yeah, we will look. Your sound system and anything else that you've got in there will be either replaced or guarded." But it was never dedicated or specifically stated that that will all be there. The concern with members of the board that participated in the discussions was it wasn't hard and fast. It was, well, yeah, we'll look into that. And I know when we talked about, one of the things that we did push was for the display cabinets that used to be there at the bottom of the stairs when you enter the arena. And they were removed, and vending machines were put in, because candy seems to be more important to the kids than anything else. But when we brought that back up, we said, oh, well, that new hallway down the new rink, we might be able to find a spot in there between the beams, which is not really a public area.
Okay, I had a conversation with Shane earlier today with regards to the display areas, and perhaps Shane could respond to that later, your request for a better display cases. I'm thinking they could be placed down by where the Sports Hall of Fame is, that there's a large area there in which those displays could go. So that would handle that part of it, but it sounds to me like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me like you put together your wish list and your desires, but you don't feel like you've been heard. Is that right?
About the size of it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go next to Councillor Reid. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, welcome, Stuart. It's good to hear you again. I can't see you.
Yeah. How you doing, Donna?
I'm doing fine, thank you. And first, I must have missed it, but I was really wondering who you were representing, and now I know it's the Preston Figure Skating Club that you
Sorry,
are
I should have made clearer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, and but now I recognize that you do represent it, and you're probably well aware of how I'm such a huge figure skating fan.
Yeah, we've had that discussion in the past.
Yes, so I hear your concerns, and I think if I can trying to extrapolate on them, it just your major concern is with storage. Would I be correct in that?
Right now, yes. The current storage we had in the building before we had a clear out. We had ice level storage at center ice, so we had relatively easy access. It's if you've seen the blueprint or the current proposal, it's as you're entering the ice down that center entrance from the dressing room side, it was on the right. That area, which used to be, I think it's designated Cambridge Minor Hockey. It was their old storage area, but they didn't use it. And they said we could use it, as they weren't.
Okay, so if we could solve your storage problem, would that make the club happier?
It would make some of the board members happier, yes.
Okay, so we could ask staff to work on that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Stuart.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so thank you for taking the time to delegate to us this evening, and you can continue to follow along with this item if you want to at the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you, Stuart.
Mayor Mcgary, you still had another question.
Sorry. It's helpful if they go up before I'm closing off. Go ahead, please.
I was waving my hand because I couldn't get the button up fast enough. So Stuart.
I know I do have 25 people here and I'm only using 2/3 of my screen because I have participants. So I can't see hands waving.
My hand. Yeah, well.
That's why I can't see it. Go
ahead.
ahead.
Get the button. Stuart, so you're saying that the problem is not the ice anymore? You're okay with
the best ice in the city is in the Carl Holmes rink for skating.
So as long as we
that
don't...
comes from members that represented this country. They said that the best skating ice in the city is on the old Holmes rink.
Okay, but that's scheduled to be torn down. So you're saying that you don't want us to tear that down. You want us to build that up keep that for the figure skating club.
Well, basically, all I see here is 2 hockey rinks. We have gained really nothing from it, other than that little bit of 200 square feet of storage at the front door. It's built for hockey, and to deal with hockey, to run competitions out of this, there's major issues that would show up. Having run competitions all over this province and from the international level and world level down, just to deal with it is, and as I said, basically, I'd love to have seen a more universal usage of a facility that's going in, other than 2 hockey rinks and dedicated to hockey, and that's it.
So
there'd be something else there for them to utilize, that we could get other sports involved in the building.
So you would be looking at the retention of Carl Holmes, because at this point it's just the hockey across the street at the arena.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, as a taxpayer now, you're now talking about a city taxpayer, I think this is a a big expense when we have two good ice surfaces right now. If you will, that may need a little bit of upgrading, but 28.6 mil is a little bit heavy. Unless you're, yeah, I mean, not trying to take anything away from the Cambridge Minor Hockey or the Rivalettes, which is nice if you can get city to fund it. It's just that any time that other organizations that I have worked with needed funding, they had to find their own funding. Yes, the city worked with them in the past so that the land was made available, but the actual construction of the building had to be paid for by non-city funds.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused. Are you looking to keep the ice at the Carl Hellmuth and let the other two rinks be hockey? That's what I'm asking. Sorry, I'm just very confused here.
And I wonder if we're getting off base here. You know,
I think we are.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I think we're talking about odds and ornaments. I'm just looking at this. I mean, if we're losing one and gaining this, we're losing a hockey rink to gain a hockey rink. And I don't see any benefit, to be quite honest. And the major benefit to us is really nothing in the proposal. It could be an actual negative to us.
That's what I was saying. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I'm going to again thank you, and you can follow along with the rest of this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're now going to go to our next delegation. I'm going to get staff to bring in, Jeff Hadaway. So we're going to bring in Jeff. Jeff, it's Mayor Mcgary. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. And did you hear my preamble before our previous delegation?
I'm sorry, I did not.
Oh, that's okay. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Just a reminder that you've got 5 minutes to directly address council on the issue that's in front of us tonight. And that reminder just to keep your remarks respectful and to refrain from asking questions of council. You'll have 5 minutes. You'll hear a bell at 4 minutes if you go that long. And if you wouldn't mind hanging out afterwards, I'll let you know if there's questions from council for clarification. Thanks. Go ahead, please.
Thanks. Thank you for the opportunity here tonight. I apologize. I haven't been able to hear what's happened before, so if I repeat some of the things, I apologize. I do want to thank city staff for their continued hard work in this project. Shane has been my main point of contact. I know the team's a lot bigger than that, but it's been awesome to work with them and to have dialogue. You can go to the next slide, please. So the highlights to be, full disclosure here from when we're wearing my Rivulet's hat, from our perspective, most of the physical features, amenities.
Jeff, can I just stop you just for a moment? We're just,
Sure.
We just are going to have to try and reboot the presentation. It didn't come up. Just
Yeah,
hang
no
on for
problem.
just a sec. And we'll stop the clock too. Now it's up. So we're at
Okay.
the first slide here with the rivulets.
Yeah, and you can go to the next slide, and at the top it says highlights.
It does. All right. Take
Okay.
it from there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, no problem. Like I said, from the Rivulet's perspective, most of the physical features, amenities have been, accommodated. That was largely an issue of equity, and those things have been largely taken care of, maybe with one exception that I'll address in a second. You can go to the next slide, please. We do have, to sort of take the hat off, and I've been a user of Cambridge facilities and rinks for a long time, probably about close to 50 years. And while this is close, this doesn't to us, meet what we thought we had last time we met and discussed this issue. There's some concerns there that we think are significant that not only affect the rivulets, because this project is way bigger than the rivulets or hockey. It's about all user groups. The reduction of seating in both rinks. The new arena is going to have 210 seats, according to the report, which is over a 50% seating reduction. And just as a reminder, we talked about seating and when they're at ice level, how you have limited sight lines. Well, by going from 450 to 210, you've actually taken away the best seats. They're the ones at top. So those have been eliminated. So you're now looking at a really reduced user experience for fans and spectators to use that facility and to get the most out of it. When you're sitting that close, you're not going to be able to see the whole arena. And so it sort of becomes like a shell with just an ice surface there. According to what we've heard, the existing auditorium, the Pressenod, where the rivulets and figure skating do most of their work, we're going to lose approximately 10% of our seating, and that was expected because when you widen the rink, it was going to come into the first or second row, and we never really had a number on it. But you were going to lose some seating. We did discuss in a very preliminary way that by adding length to the arena, you had room to add seating at either end of the facility. So the net result may have been insignificant, but as it stands right now, it looks like the Aud is going to lose up to 10% of their seating. The comfort of users, to me, is a major concern. It talks about less impactful heating. It talks about removal of air conditioning in some areas. Those things, to me, also the removal of the concession, those things are, if they're not good enough and there's a problem with those things, aren't they going to add immediate expense as soon as we open this new facility? The reduction of square footage, there is some sacrifice there with the reduction of the seating. That accounts for some of it, but where else is the space being reduced? Is it storage area? Is it dressing room size? Is it is it all those other little things along the way that make it a little bit tougher? And the whole idea about the inefficiencies, like, I don't know if it's been mentioned, but you're acknowledging that they're going to have a reduced efficiency in the refrigeration. Our rinks have great ice. If you reduce the efficiency of the refrigeration, you're running the risk of really affecting the ice. You can go to the next slide. Considerations. I think one thing, if we all said we are going to take a 3.2% pay cut, we could get that back in working forward. If you reduce the size by 3.2%, which is what the new proposal is from the NHL size, you're not getting that back, and that's forever. And to me, that's significant because that might be the thing that disqualifies this facility from hosting a regional, provincial, a national, or international event. That could be the difference. If all the amenities are equal somewhere else, and another arena has NHL-sized surface, we could be in trouble. And with that, to me, that seems like an awful small thing to have huge economic impact in the future that we could overcome any savings that we get right now. And just the whole idea of user dissatisfaction, like those things I'm worried about, like why would we build this great facility at risk of having to make immediate upgrades because the refrigeration might not be good enough, the heating and air conditioning might not be good enough. That's a real risk, I think, from my perspective, for all user groups. Final slide, just some final thoughts. After we made that last presentation, I was inundated with messages from people in the public, people I didn't even know, and just said, finally, it seems like we're going to do the right thing. And I think we're so close right now. We're so close that any decisions that we make, shortcuts, whatever you want to call them, are really, really short-sighted. I think we have to think really big here. We've suffered through a generation of facilities that are really, really well below par. And, I almost feel guilty that we haven't fought harder. And I want to be someone who was part of passing this on to the next generations, where they started with a great facility and we weren't starting behind the 8 ball. Everything was in place at this time for us to allow for some growth, to meet our immediate needs, but also to take care of things that might happen in the future. I think that summarizes basically how we feel as a user group in this facility, and I'm more than willing to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jeff. We didn't look at the clock since we had to restart.
Okay.
I'm just going to thank you once again for coming in and presenting to us this evening. So I'm just now going to turn to members of council to see if they have questions for you. And it doesn't look like we have any. So thank you very much for joining us again. You can, if you'd like, follow along with the rest of this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel till the end of this, if you so wish. But thanks again for all your time and effort for addressing these concerns.
Thank you once again for being given the opportunity.
Thank you. I think what we'll do at this point is place a motion on the floor, and then we'll move to questions followed by comments. But Councillor Mann, you have the motion. Will you please read it? And then we'll move to questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have the motion, and it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Liggett, that report 22-091-CD Preston Auditorium Expansion Project Schematic Design Approval be received, and that Council approve the schematic design and direct staff to proceed with detailed design at an estimated total project design and construction budget of $28,606,222. And that Council approve the exemption to waiving the LEED Gold requirements of the Municipal Green Building Policy number 30.160 to support cost savings to the project. And that Council directs staff to include 1.5% or $354,105 from the total construction budget for the services of project management consultant to assist with construction administration duties. And further, that Council approves increasing the capital forecast for the Preston Auditorium expansion construction and design projects by $652,307 for a total of $28,606,222 funded from Capital Works Reserve Fund in the amount of $415,141 and from development charges in the amount of $237,166. And speaking to the motion, if I may.
You may, go ahead, please.
I do have an amendment that I would like to bring, and I've talked to the clerks about this in relation to the seating. I'd like to bring that forward, but I would like to hear the conversation about the motion before I do that. I know that we started at 13 million. We're now at 28 million. That's an incredible job that staff have done to come forward with what they have tonight. And this has been going on for 3 years, and we need to make a decision this evening to move forward with this initiative. And so I'd like to hear what the conversation is around this initiative. And then if I could, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment following that conversation and discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Mann, for the heads up. I'm glad clerks know about it. So we will proceed with questions first, and then I'll return to you. Thank you. So we'll start first with Councillor Adjade. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I got a couple of questions. The first one is, I'm just wondering if I got this correct. Is the new arena going to have financial sized ice? I guess my understanding is the renovated one is just short, but I'm just wondering about the new one. And I was wondering about the seating capacity. I know there's 210 in the new, I think it's 210 in the new rink, but I know we wanted 400 originally, but what would the renovated rink, what would the seating capacity be for the renovated rink?
And I'm going to switch over. It looks like Scott is unmuted, or Shane. Which one would like to step forward?
I'll let Scott start, and whatever he can't answer, I'm happy to.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, sorry, the question about the existing seating, going from 400 to 200, roughly speaking. Yeah, to push that back in, we'd be looking at additional square footage to the north, which of course has a price tag to it. Looking at probably pushing out another 5 or 6 feet, and that would probably be in the neighborhood of around $550,000.
Okay.
The seating that's there, it will be raised up above the dasher. We typically ramp up to it, so you do get those sight lines, whether it's 200 or 100 or 500.
Okay. Scott, is the new rink, is it NHL size, ice? The new arena?
The new rink is 200 feet long, which is NHL size, and 82.5 feet wide instead of 85. So we're 30 inches short of regulation. The new facility is exactly the correct size.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move next to Councillor Leggett. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions here. So if we're going from 450 down to 210 seats, one of the things that Council directed back in December was to, we were very concerned with the decrease in those seats. These are spectator sports, so we have to allot room, proper room. So that's a 54% decrease in the number of seats. Am I right in seeing that? And then I have a question to do with the heating and air conditioning.
All right, why don't we start first with the seating, and then you can follow up with the heating and air conditioning. So we'll deal with the seating first. Scott, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my sort of dissertation about where we started with back in January, to include all the asks, if you will, including blowing out the south wall for the NHL size rink, and the additional square footage. We were at 29.56 million. That's just construction budget, not project budget. I think the project budget, correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, was closer to 36 million. And there was no way we were coming to council with that kind of number. So we went through a series of meetings with our internal group of consultants, but also with the staff to come up with cost savings to provide as much of the wants as we could, but be respectful of the budget. So that's where we ended up decreasing square footage of the overall building, which was once around 77,000, and we're down to 7,000. So that was one of the areas we had to look at cost savings there. So.
Okay, now my question to do with heating and air conditioning. I know that I have, over the past few years, gotten constant complaints about the heating in those arenas. So when you talk about reduction in the heating and air conditioning, are we still going to continue to have those problems? The last presenter talked about making it uncomfortable for spectators, and that's exactly what's been happening currently. So how is that going to change?
We still have heating and air conditioning in the building. I'm not sure where that information came from. We'll have radiant heating over the spectator areas in the new ice surface. We'll have air conditioning to staff areas and offices and those program spaces that require it.
The report says less impactful heating in arena viewing areas. What does that mean then?
Well, we had looked at one point to do in-floor radiant heating throughout the ice surface, which is another way to heat it. It's more expensive than sort of the radiant heating from above the stands. So that was a cost savings item, but we still have heat.
So we've got sufficient heat then. We're not going to get complaints. That's
Correct.
where I'm going. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And then I'll have more questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move next to Councillor Reid. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm back on the seats again. The Riverlets will be using the current arena, and that will not be NHL size. But how many seats will there be? I know they'll be reduced, but how many seats will be retained?
I think, yeah, maybe Shane, you can you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we had around just under 900 seats currently existing, and we're losing about 80.
Okay. So do the rivulets, do they have an overflow of people when they come to watch them?
I'll let Shane answer that one.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Great. If I may, through the mayor, Councillor Reid, at the moment, what we're hearing from the rivulets is that they typically have 200 spectators that they hope to grow from there, and that on the rare occasion they may see up to 300. That's the current numbers we're seeing. So we are confident that over 800 seats should suffice for the foreseeable future.
Okay. So where it may not suffice is for the Preston Figure Skating Club Ice Show, because it usually is sold out. But anyway, back on seating. So in the new arena, the seating is proposed to go from 450 down to 210. And would that seating then be graduated going up? It wouldn't all be at ice level.
Correct.
Okay. And what if we wanted to return it to the 450? What would that mean?
I think we would be looking at an increase in budget of about $550,000.
Okay. Now back to the current arena, if I may, Madam Mayor. One more question.
Go ahead.
Since it's not NHL size, I was wondering, I know we all wanted it to be NHL size, but I cannot recall exactly why we wanted it to be NHL size. I know that Jeff has mentioned that one of the consequences of not having NHL might be the fact that we couldn't have a sports event there without 2 NHL size rinks. I'm wondering about any other consequences that may occur by not having 2 NHL rinks.
Leslie, I see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify, the new ice pad is NHL size. So we will have one that is adequate. And so then we are just shy in width on the old side as opposed to length. So right now we are not aware of any consequence other than what has been mentioned in terms of potential tournaments. But even that, we are told that we would still be considered for the type of play and level that we are currently supporting.
If I may, Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
It doesn't really answer my question. Is if you wanted to have an event and you require 2 NHL size rinks, we don't have 2 if we go with this plan. We have 1, and we have one that's not quite NHL rinks, and that is the consequence that might occur. I don't know how often or what, but I'm wondering also if there are any groups that require that NHL rinks and would require 2 in order to facilitate whatever it is that they're planning.
So through Madam Mayor, back to Councillor Reid. At the moment, no, there'd be nothing that we have on the horizon that we feel would be an impediment to not having those 2 NHL size rinks. We have access to other facilities that have double NHL size rinks within the city that we feel within that inventory would meet the needs of the community at this time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Wolf. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to, I guess, Shane. Would it be possible to accommodate the Preston Figure Skating Club with storage around center ice at ice level?
Yep, Mr. Taylor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgary, and through you to Councillor Wolf. I did just want to take a moment and respond to many of the points that were raised by Mr. Stuart Allen earlier on. I do feel the need to clarify to council that we have met frequently with the Preston Figure Skating Club. We have taken minutes of said meetings. We have had phone conversations with the Preston Figure Skating Club and email conversations. We have addressed all of these concerns in the past. I met with them with another staff person on Friday, went through all of those items in detail with them and addressed all of them. Mr. Stewart either didn't understand or chose not to listen to the comments. He has brought up the cabinet in the hallway, which Councillor Liggett, you rightly said, we've indicated that a future cabinet would fit in quite well in that very prominent hallway between the structural members. Stuart indicated that that was tucked away at the back of the facility. However, it's actually quite a prominent location right next to the washrooms where people are moving frequently right off the main auditorium. Stuart had some concerns regarding storage. We have provided the amount of storage that they requested in our consultation, which has been minuted. The storage we feel is quite close to the hockey arena surface. It's approximately 50 feet from it. It is also at the base of the stairs as they're leaving their space on the upper floor to head to the ice. So we feel that it's in a prominent location. What we also communicated to the group on Friday was that that was schematic and that we are open to discussing alternate locations. If council should look at the schematic that's in front of you tonight, there are a number of locations that are indicated as storage. It's just generic storage. It is not allocated to any such group. We indicated to the Preston Figure Skating Club that we would be more than happy to look into any of those storage options, and that was in fact the purpose of leaving them generic so that we have wiggle room during detailed design to accommodate storage in other locations. So we have more storage than what they are requesting available, and we communicated that to Stuart on Friday. In addition, the sound system, Stuart claimed that staff were aware of the sound system but had no response to it. In actual fact, we've addressed that sound system comment in every meeting that we've had with them, including on the phone and via email. So our response has always been, we will ensure that that is dealt with. We will ensure that that is taken down adequately and stored and reinstalled as per their needs. Other members of the Preston Figure Skating Club have thanked staff for that response. I believe that covers most of the points. So that covers all the notes that I took down during Stuart's position there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was good information. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Shane. I very much appreciate that. I was wondering what had happened. So thank you so much for clarifying all of that. My question, there's two. One is when we say a project management consultant, you must mean a firm, because that's an awful lot of money for one PM consultant, right? Okay, so that's a whole firm. Thank you. And what is the anticipated naming rights revenue? Have we thought about that?
Mayor Mcgary, to Councillor Liggett, I can answer that question. So we have started the sponsorship and naming campaign process, and we're working on the feasibility study to support that. And what we're doing with that is putting some estimates to targets for each of the big three projects, being Fountain Street, Preston, and Rec Complex. And so right now, Preston, we're looking at a minimum of 2, probably closer to 5 million mark in terms of naming opportunities, but we will be solidifying those numbers and bringing that back.
Over 2 to 5 million over 5 years, 10 years?
Through you, Mayor Mcgary, to Councillor Liggett, there are various scenarios that we would present back to council, but there could be naming rights between 5 years, 10 years. It will depend on what we get back. But there will be. Yes.
Okay, follow up to do with the increase in costing here.
Go ahead.
So if we take those naming rights revenue into consideration, we could easily increase the budget, the 250,000, to increase the 210 seats to 450. If it's $250,000.
I'm just going to turn to staff. Leslie, you're still unmuted. Did you?
Sure, through you, Mayor Mcgary, to
Go ahead.
it. Yes, so I would turn to our CFO to confirm that, but certainly any costing that would be coming in, we could look to apply to the total project budget.
Okay, well, I see it was 250, so I'm thinking that's a drop in the bucket when you're looking at naming rights. It just seemed we could easily make that up over a few years.
Sorry, just to confirm, the additional seating would be approximately 550,000 to bring us back to 450 seats.
Oh, it had said 250 earlier. Okay, 550. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Adshade, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I wanted to thank Shane and staff for all the hard work they've done on this project. I know it's some difficult choices have to be made. We have to be responsible with the budget. We'd like everything, but we can't have everything. But I'm really, it's really too bad. Unfortunately, we couldn't have 2 NHL size rinks, because I think that would be a real bonus for sports tourism and for tournaments. My understanding is that we have the one rink that is NHL size. The newer rink is NHL size. The renovated Prestonod is actually got the width, but not the length of an NHL size rink. My understanding is it would cost a lot, millions of dollars, to knock out that wall to make that an NHL size rink. I'm just wondering if I'm correct in that assumption, and what would be the cost to make it the renovated rink into an NHL sized rink?
Yeah, I can respond to that. Yes, actually, we have the length, but we don't have the width.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so our original design, as I mentioned, we blew out the back wall. We met with our structural engineers, and we blew out the back wall to accommodate the additional 30 inches and put a corridor back there. And it was all exactly the way we'd hope for. But that came at a tremendous cost. And through our cost savings, we worked with our cost consultant to, said if we don't blow out that back wall, how much will we save, kind of thing. And the number, and I had them look at it again about 2 weeks ago, because I understand how sensitive this part of the design is. It was basically about $4.41 million, and that seems like a lot. And I questioned it myself, but essentially, we have to take out all the columns along the south face of the existing building, put a whole new set of columns in, and support the roof accordingly. We looked at options also of what if we left the columns there and we pushed it out, and then you end up with columns in the middle of a bench? So that didn't work. And then we said, well, what if we take out 2 columns instead of the whole row? We looked at a number of different options, and unfortunately there were solutions that would not have worked. So the only way was to push that whole wall out, and that unfortunately is a big ticket.
Okay.
I would love to do it, but I didn't want to bring that that budget
thanks
to this meeting.
Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that information. It's unfortunate it's so much more money, but thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move next to Councillor Devine. Go ahead, please.
To the chair. You've done a great job here. Not an easy task. The question I have.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
I'm hearing a bit of an echo. Are you able to get closer to the microphone? Try it again.
Might be nice. Okay, question I have, the damage in the mechanical systems and other systems for efficiencies. Can you hear me all right?
No, it's a bit muffled for some reason.
I did. Just hang on. Let's see. Move that. How's that?
I think that's better. Yes, I've got a few nods. Try again. We don't usually have a hard time hearing you.
Pardon?
I said, we don't usually have a hard time hearing you.
Not normally. Do you want me to try again?
Go ahead and try again now.
Thank you. Downgrading mechanical systems and seeking other system efficiencies. Reduced efficiency refrigeration system. What does that curtail? And in the long term, is that going to be more cost in the long term?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where that comment came from. Certainly, we wouldn't propose any kind of refrigeration system that would produce substandard ice. I wouldn't be in business very long. We did look at a certain system called EcoChill. It is one way to make ice. It's more expensive than the more traditional glycol system. So we looked at a different approach to making the ice. But certainly is a time-tested and well-proven way to refrigerate this with the slab. And Shane, please jump in because I know you've had so many discussions with Don and the operators there, and they're certainly happy with what we're proposing.
Yes, through you, Mayor Mcgary. That's indeed true. We have vetted the mechanical systems through our internal operations staff who have significant, obviously, background in arena operations, and they're satisfied that the systems that we are proposing are in fact going to function very well. Really, the concern was about this EcoChill system, which Scott correctly identified is sort of like top of the line. It's your Lamborghini model, if you will, which is what we were initially thinking we would like to have because it and I don't understand all the ins and outs of it, but it has some special features to it. But it's extremely expensive. So that was part of our value engineering exercise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'll move next to Councillor Mann, which we would hear you much better if you were unmuted.
I didn't want to get caught.
But you did.
Yeah. I was going to bring the amendment forward, but I want to make sure that I don't do that prematurely. So
I actually had a couple of questions. So do you have any questions?
I'll back off and wait until you're done. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'll return to you. Thank you. I did have a couple of questions. Thank you. Shane, I'm just going to turn to you. I was really surprised when our one delegation was talking because it wasn't the understanding I had about the ice user group of the Press and Figure Skating Club. Was there anything else that you wanted to add to some of that clarification of those comments? I have written down the sort of the change rooms and the new storage areas in particular, and they are where they should be for the club. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Mcgary. Some of the storage areas, locations where the Press and Figure Skating Club are requesting are available, and we are happy to provide those spaces for their use. So we feel that we can address that need. In terms of the change rooms, all the change rooms are AODA. They're all revamped. They're all significantly larger. And so we feel confident that all the publicly available change rooms, I believe there are 12 now, plus 3 referees change rooms. So for a total of 15, we believe that we're well set out. I believe there was also a comment about the ability to train not on the ice. As Scott mentioned earlier when he was walking through the program, we've got about 2,500 square feet that we're providing in the existing banquet hall. We're providing new flooring in that banquet hall with sports surfacing on it, which attenuates some of the impacts to people's knees if they're practicing spins and jumps in the air. We are also providing a multi-purpose room just off the atrium. And the idea, although we haven't gotten into detailed design yet, is to provide mirrors on that wall so that when people are practicing their jumps in the air, they can see themselves while they're spinning. So those are the types of the conversations that we've been having internally and also with the Press and Figure Skating Club.
Thank you. And I think that you mentioned other ice users too. We've been talking really a lot about hockey and figure skating, but I understood that there was a lot of other ice users there. Can you go through some of those?
Yes, thank you.
Just list them even.
Thank you, Mayor. We have the Preston Neighborhood Association. They're going to have a new office there. We have the lacrosse club as well, which Cambridge Lacrosse Club will be able to play there in the summer times on the ice. And then we have other ice groups such as the Turbos. So that's a women's group. We have the Cambridge Rivulets, as you're very familiar with, and Cambridge Minor Hockey Association is another one. The Preston Figure Skating Club, obviously, and I'm sure that I'm forgetting others. Leslie? No, let's put you on the spot.
I couldn't find my unmute, sorry. Further to Shane, the ringette groups are heavy users at this facility. That's the Turbos that he mentioned. Lacrosse is high use of this facility. Floor hockey, another user of this facility. And I think I'm forgetting a few too, ball hockey and various other users. So several other sports organizations are actively using this facility.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my other question was, I understand that one of the two rinks will be NHL size, the other one almost, but are we not expecting other NHL size rinks in the city, in particular the ice park that we've made a deal with? I just wanted to confirm that.
So Mayor Mcgary, I can answer that for you. So I did comment earlier, additional inventory within the city. So our Hessler Arena has one Olympic size pad, one NHL size pad at that location. And then yes, we are working with the Cambridge Sports Center to add in additional ice facilities there. And so they will have two NHL size ice at completion of that project. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Leggett, I do see your hand up, but I had promised to return to Councillor Mann to put his amendment on the floor. Do you have another question before I do that?
I do. I'm glad that, thank you, Madam Chair, I'm glad that you mentioned ball hockey because that's a very, very active sport. And will you be trying to accommodate more of the roller skating? I see that's making a real big comeback all over the province. So, and I know our original group ended up having to go to Guelph because we didn't accommodate them, but are we going to be growing that industry here?
Through Mayor Mcgary, Councillor Leggett. So yeah, we've had a huge response to roller skating, particularly since we introduced it at Galt Gardens this past season. It's been selling out. And so sure, we would love to see that at additional facilities, knowing how popular it is. But this is a very busy facility. We're already starting to look at the allocation of what this will look like, even once the other arena is built. And it is going to be a fully utilized facility with a variety of users. So certainly anytime we have gaps, we try to fill those in with needs that are identified.
Right, thank you. Now I'll return to Councillor Mann. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, the discussion tonight has been really interesting, especially when we talked about the seating capacity. And as we've heard, the seating capacity can be increased from the 210 to 450 for a cost of roughly $550,000. And I have talked with the clerk and asked that the amendment could be prepared in such a way to reflect that, because that's a lot of the conversation has reflected that, and that's the amendment that I did want to bring forward. So if appropriate, I would ask that if we could bring that amendment forward and have the clerk do that for us.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Clerk will put the amendment up. Thank you. There it is. Madam Clerk, would you read it, please?
Yes, the wording is, and that the seating capacity be increased to the original 450 seats with a budget increase of $550,000, with $350,000 $30 funded from the Capital Works Reserve Fund and $199,970 from development charges.
Councillor Mann, is that accurate?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if I just speak to it now.
Yes, I'm just going to look for a seconder. Now, the amendments to the main motion that Councillor Liggett seconded. So she's obviously going to second that. So that's good. We'll keep it just with that seconder. Go ahead, please, Councillor Mann.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. This has been a long process, and I know we've asked staff to go back several times and take a look at the Preston Auditorium and see what can be done. And an initial budget of 13 million has grown to a significant budget of 28 million, and it's taken considerable time. And like I said, staff have done a tremendous job working with the consultant to come forward with something that they have tonight through the value engineering design. And I really want to commend them for that, because they have been very fiscally responsible while trying to meet the needs that we have identified, that we have in the city and that we want to address. And while being fiscally responsible, we have a responsibility to be accountable to the community. And I think what we have done through this process is proven that we can be fiscally responsible and accountable and meet the needs and the expectations of our community. We do have the seating in that was so important to so many people. We have met the needs of, we have met almost all the needs. As somebody said, we were so close, and I think we are so close. And given what we have accomplished, I think this close is really a good thing, because we've done it. The city has done a great job. And with the amendment, I will definitely support this motion, because it will move this project forward. It's something that we need to see done. And I'm really excited about the work staff have done to get us to this point. And I'm really excited about the work that will continue to be done in the future. And again, congratulations to staff for what they've done and brought forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll turn to the seconder. Councillor Liggett, did you have any comment you wanted to make on this motion? No. Yeah. Oh, look at you go. You found the button. That's a hello. All right. Are there any other comments to the amendment? And we'll take a vote on the amendment first before we go back to the main motion, which may have to be changed number wise. But Councillor Reid, I'll go to you next.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you, I really want to support this particular amendment. I think that many of us have talked about the seating, and we feel it's really important. I know it was important to the community, and I'm very thankful that Councillor Mann brought this amendment forward. And when asking my questions about the NHL size, I need to tell you that I feel very comfortable now with the answers that are received from Leslie Head, that we wouldn't be in any jeopardy of having tournaments come because of not having two NHL size here, because we will have them elsewhere. And so I think that staff was very prudent in not putting into NHL sizes there, and to try and save that kind of money that we need. So I'm really comfortable with this amendment, and I hope that it will be supported unanimously by this council.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, I'm ready to call for the vote, and this is just on the amendment. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
And that's unanimous. Now we're going to return to the main motion. With these numbers, it is going to change the numbers in the staff recommendation. I understand that Madam Clerk has been busy behind the scenes as usual, and I think I'm going to have her put up the main motion with the new numbers, with the amendment incorporated to that, just so that we're clear on the numbers. Madam Clerk, since you made the changes, would you mind reading it out? Thank you.
Sure. Am I unmuted? No. Okay, so the recommendation now would be that report 22-091 CD Preston Auditorium Expansion Project schematic design approval be received, and that council approve the schematic design and direct staff to proceed with detailed design at an estimated total project design and construction budget of 29,100 or 29,156,222. And that council approved the exemption to waiving the LEED Gold requirements of the Municipal Green Building Policy 30.160 to support cost savings to the project. The amendment incorporated and that the seating capacity be increased to the original 450 seats with a budget increase of 550,000, with 350,000 $30 funded from the Capital Works Reserve Fund and 199,970 from development charges. And that council directs staff to include 1.5% or 354,105 from the total construction budget for the services of a project management consultant to assist with construction administration duties. And further, that council approves increasing the capital forecast for the Preston Auditorium expansion construction and design projects by 652,307. That's the new number, funded from the Capital Works Reserve Fund in the amount of 450,141, and from development charges in the amount of 237,166.
Thank you very much. I'll just wait till the screen comes down now.
Okay.
There's my screen back up. All right, we will have any further questions and comments. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
I heard 450,000 in that last line, not 415. Was it meant to be 415?
Let me just bring it back up again here. 415,141.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions?
Mayor Mcgary, it's David.
Oh, go ahead, David. Thank
Sorry
you.
to interrupt, but I just need clarification from the CFO whether the 1.5% figure changes due to the increased construction budget, which may also impact the two figures in the last clause.
Go ahead, Ms. Ayres.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Mcgary, I apologize. I did not increase that number for the increase of 450,000. Shane, can you confirm that that would need to be increased? Or is that budget sufficient?
If we are, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, if we are carrying 1.5%, then it needs to increase, that number would need to increase from 350 something, 354 up to $362,355.
Sorry, how much was that, Shane?
Sorry, $362,355.
Okay.
And I believe the overall, I also would question that $652,307 figure. That's the same figure I believe that we were carrying before. So I believe that needs to go up by approximately $550,000 plus the difference in the 1.5%.
Madam Mayor, can we just take maybe a 5-minute break to confirm the numbers?
Thank you. I was just about to ask if we could do that just offline, just so that you're secure in the number. So with your patience, everybody, we'll take a 5-minute break and bio break while our numbers get sorted out. Thank you for your patience.
We're just having some technical difficulties in our room here, so we will be back as soon as we can get those resolved.
Sound check. I need to hear you though.
Can you hear me?
I can. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is everybody back? Thanks for your patience. We had total technical difficulties. My computer completely shut down, updated, and shut me out. Councillor Devine, are you back in? Yeah, there you are. Everybody else working and up and live? Okay. Sorry for the delay. Now, where were we? We'll go back to the main motion, and we've had some updates with the accurate figures from our finance team. So I'm going to have Madam Clerk bring up the amended and accurate figures of the main motion. And I'm going to have Madam Clerk read it out, please.
So I've highlighted the numbers that have changed. The recommendation that report 22-091 CD Preston Auditorium Expansion Project Schematic Design Approval be received, and that Council approve the schematic design and direct staff to proceed with detailed design at an estimated total project design and construction budget of $29,164,472. And that Council approved the exemption to waiving the LEED Gold requirements of the Municipal Green Building Policy 30.160 to support cost savings to the project. And that the seating capacity be increased to the original 450 seats with a budget increase of 550,000, with 350,030 funded from the Capital Works Reserve Fund and 199,970 from development charges. And that Council directs staff to include 1.5% or 362,355 from the total construction budget for the services of a project management consultant to assist with construction administration duties. And further, that Council approves increasing the capital forecast for the Preston Auditorium expansion, construction and design projects by 660,557. Funded from Capital Works Reserve Fund in the amount of 420,392, and from development charges in the amount of 240,165.
Thank you. Okay, with no further questions or comments and updated figures, I think we're now ready for a vote on the main motion as amended. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta.
In favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor?
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And I did want to point out to the community that that was a unanimous decision. Okay, our next item on the agenda is agenda item 9.4.2, report 22-080 CD recommendation report, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, 211 to 215 Queen Street West, Blacks Point Development. So we're going to welcome Rachel Green, our senior planner in, who is going to provide us with a presentation this evening. Is Rachel in the meeting yet? Oh, there she is. Hi, Rachel. It's Mayor Mcgary. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, awesome. And I see that the clerk has gone ahead and put the presentation up. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and members of the public joining us this evening. My name is Rachel Green, Senior Planner, and I'll provide an overview of the recommendation for the proposed development at 211 and 215 Queen Street West this evening. I'd also like to take a moment to welcome Nick McDonald and Tulathea Carditis from Meridian Planning, the consultants that the city has retained to prepare this recommendation report, who are here this evening to answer questions that council may have on this file. Next slide, please. The slide provides a timeline of the planning process and where we're at to date. A public meeting was held on May 25th, 2021. And since then, staff and agencies have continued to review the application and are at a point to make a recommendation to council for a decision this evening. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located within the Hespeler Regeneration Area on the north side of Queen Street, west at Winston Boulevard, between the CN Railway Corridor and the Speed River. 215 Queen Street contains a former textile factory, and 211 Queen Street contains 3 former residential buildings associated with the factory, which are proposed to be adaptively reused, with the later addition connecting these buildings being demolished. Next slide, please. Here's a photo of the existing 3-story textile factory at 215 Queen Street. And the next slide shows the existing building at 211 Queen Street, which will be restored to 3 separate buildings as part of the proposal. Next slide. So the applicant is proposing to develop the subject lands in 2 phases. The first phase includes the redevelopment of the existing buildings with 114 residential units with ground floor commercial and common amenity area. The second phase includes the construction of a new 10-story residential building with approximately 115 residential units, of which the first 2 floors will be dedicated to structure parking. A total of 279 parking spaces are proposed, and vehicular access will be maintained at the existing crossing along Queen Street with necessary upgrades with respect to the rail crossing. The proposed tenure is condominium and will be subject to site plan approval and a future condo application if approved. Affordable units are not currently proposed as part of the application. Next slide, please. An official plan amendment is required to change the designation from business industrial to high density residential and natural open space system to permit the mixed use development to a maximum building height of 10 stories. A zoning bylaw amendment is also required to rezone the lands from industrial to mixed use commercial and residential, as well as open space with site specific provisions. Staff also requires that a holding provision be added to ensure that prior to site plan approval, a record of site condition and ministry acknowledgement are submitted, in addition to a noise study to the satisfaction of the city and region of Waterloo. Next slide, please. So several of the site-specific provisions are required to recognize existing conditions on the site, such as the existing deficient side and rear yards due to the location of the existing building on the site in relation to those lot lines, as well as 0 lot frontage due to the rail corridor. Additional site-specific regulations include restricting habitable residential floor area below the flood elevation or within 15 meters of the railway. The site will also be considered as 1 lot for the purposes of a future condominium application should the application be approved. Next slide, please. I wanted to go into a little bit more detail about the requested site-specific parking provisions, which include reductions to both the residential and commercial parking rates. So for the proposed 229 dwelling units, a total of 287 parking spaces would be required, and this includes visitor parking, where 241 are being proposed. So since the original proposal, the applicant has obtained additional lands from CN along the rail corridor and has also added the 2-story parking podium to the proposed new building. And has also reduced the number of units from 270 to 229 units, representing a reduction of 41 units, which has resulted in slightly more parking on site. So the original reduction would have been 33% and is now a 16% reduction being proposed. And this reduction would still provide for 1 space per dwelling unit. The applicant is also proposing a reduction to the commercial parking spaces. 50 spaces would be required based on the proposed commercial floor area, where 38 spaces are being proposed. The additional site-specific regulations related to parking are intended to maximize the amount of parking on site and include permitting a reduced parking stall size and reduced setbacks to parking facilities. Next slide, please. I'll just quickly go through the maps. So the map on the left-hand side is the existing official plan designation showing the business industrial. And on the right-hand side, you can see the proposed designation. The orange is the developable area and the green is the open space that is being preserved on the site. Next slide, please. The zoning map is fairly similar to the official plan, and the developable area, again, is shown in the orange and the open space in the green. Next slide, please. The applicant has provided a concept plan, which will be refined through the site plan process if approved, but helps illustrate the general layout of the site. I will note that the original parking, the angled parking shown on Queen Street West has been removed from the proposal after consulting with staff further on that. So that wouldn't be a part of the future site plan if approved. Next slide, please. So based on the site plan, you can see the existing building locations on site that are intended to be adaptively reused. The commercial parking is located at the rear, close to the proposed commercial units in those existing outbuildings. And the shaded area along the frontage, I just wanted to highlight that that's the area that is being obtained from CN for the additional parking on site. And as you can see, the new 10-story building is proposed on the eastern side of the site, and the next few slides will give you a better understanding of the proposed massing. Next slide, please. So this is the view from the Queen Street West frontage. You can see the existing buildings on the western side of the site and the new proposed building on the eastern side of the site. Next slide, please. This is just a little bit of a different perspective. And the next slide will show the massing from the view of the Speed River. And the urban design elements of the new building will be reviewed in more detail at the site plan stage. And this is just a rough massing model to give you an idea of the massing on the site. Next slide, please. So considerations for this application, including, but we're not limited to, the following items outlined in the report, and include things like land use compatibility, the impacts of the proposed height and density, traffic impacts and CN crossing, the city's existing access easement, the proposed parking reductions, cultural heritage impacts from the floodplain, and the need for a record of site condition, as well as comments received from council, the public, agency, and staff comments. Next slide, please. So the public comments received generally fall into the following categories. The first is parking and traffic. As previously mentioned, the applicant has reduced the overall unit count and increased the parking through obtaining additional land and the inclusion of a 2-story parking podium within the proposal. The traffic impact study results expect minimal impact to the local road network within the study area. The proposed parking ratios are consistent with adjacent municipalities and encourage mixed-use development, which are considered appropriate for a regeneration area. And while there is sufficient parking to have 1 space per dwelling unit, the applicant is proposing that the parking be sold unbundled from the residential units, as well as having additional bicycle parking is proposed as part of the site plan. Staff also received comments regarding the heritage component of the site. The heritage impact assessment submitted by the applicant was accepted at the city's Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee on April 21st. Recommendations within the HAA included a conservation plan, which will be implemented through a future site plan application if approved. Lastly, staff received comments regarding the open space protection and trails. The natural features on site, including the creek and floodplain, will be designated and zoned as open space. And the city has also initiated an environmental assessment process to establish a new pedestrian bridge across the river in this area and an interconnected trail network. A trail connection through the subject lands is being reviewed as part of this process, and staff will continue to work with the applicant through the site plan process if approved. Next slide, please. After reviewing the applicable planning policy and comments received, staff provides the following recommendations as outlined in the report. I won't go through these in detail because you will be reading them out again. So we can go to the next slide. And one more. Members of public can contact me if they wish to receive notification of decision on these applications at the email or phone number below. And as a reminder, we have Nick and Tula from Meridian Planning on standby to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And I think what we'll do is go next to our next delegation. We'll hold questions until we get to finish our delegations. I see Dave Aston coming in. fading in slowly, but I wanted to welcome Dave Aston, Vice President and Partner, MHBC Planning, who will be providing us also with a presentation this evening. Welcome, Dave, and you know the score. Just let the clerk know when they can advance your slides, and welcome, and you may begin.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Mcgary, and all the council and staff. I'm here tonight representing Black Point Development. Mr. Dykstra is following along here, and we're here very excited about the proposal, and want to thank staff for all of their hard work in working through the details, the complexities of this application. It took a year, just over a year since the public meeting, but we have a positive recommendation here this evening, and there was a lot to work through. And before I get into the details, I just want to flag some of that, because one of the things that I think is great about this site is when we talk about official plans and planning and vision and objectives, I think everything is achieved on this site through the proposal. It's a mixed use, brownfield redevelopment with heritage preservation, adaptive reuse of buildings, new development that will provide additional housing choice, additional open space lands being designated and zoned, opportunity for trail connection, not only to the downtown, but across the river is something that will be considered. And the opportunity for a new gateway into the downtown of Hespeler. So a pretty exciting project as it relates to just those objectives of planning policy. And the support here this evening is of city staff, but also in combination with full support from the region, the Conservation Authority, and unanimous support from the city's Heritage Advisory Committee. So that kind of frames the context of the presentation. I think Rachel did a great job providing an overview. So I just will build on that and maybe provide some images as to what's being proposed. So next slide, please. The subject lands, they're well connected. They're in a great location for this type of intensification and built form. And there's opportunity, now for this development to really provide a landmark in the community and something to build on moving forward. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is just a brief summary of what's being proposed. Mixed-use development, trail connections. With regard to vehicular access and traffic, that's all been reviewed, and we appreciate the opportunity that we had to work with city staff on finding the right balance of parking for the development that would satisfy the residential and the commercial, but not result in just one large parking field on this site. Next slide, please. So this is the conceptual land use plan. Rachel kind of provided an overview. This just shows that parking removed, but you can see the orientation of the buildings and some of the thinking of trail connections and commercial areas and amenity space that will all be detailed through future site plan. Next slide. The design vision, where we started, I think where we've ended on the project really achieves all of these visions and achieves a vision and all of the principles associated with the development in context of the city's official plan and other general design vision considerations. Next slide. This just provides an overview of the current official plan. One of the things here that we worked through the process of redesignating the lands from industrial to residential. But as shown in the slide with the proposed zoning, maybe if you go to the next slide, please. What what we've worked through has actually resulted in an increase of the open space area on the lands, and that area being zoned accordingly for the open space area that would provide opportunity for a future trail. So this is just indication of what's being proposed on the site-specific zoning bylaw. Next slide. So there are a number of changes from the existing proposal, and Rachel covered those off. Changes in the unit counts, increasing the parking, a change to increase the height of the new building to 10 stories to provide structured parking. That's really based on the reality that there's no going underground in this area of Hespeler. You're into solid bedrock. There's adjustment to the boundary based on discussions and negotiation with CN to add lands. There was a bit of a land exchange with CN. One of the things that did change is there was a proposed 4-story residential building in behind the 2-story buildings to be retained. That was removed. There'll just be a reuse of the existing single-story commercial building in that location now. Next slide. These were reviewed, so we'll just, next slide, please. This provides a rendering really based on the overhead view looking toward downtown Hespeler and over the Speed River. Next slide. As I mentioned, there were a number of technical reports that were completed to support the proposed development. These have all been reviewed and assessed and supported by the necessary city department and agency. Next slide. And that's where we are this evening. We're requesting that you approve the staff recommendation. The proposal itself is consistent and conforms with the provincial policy direction, conforms with the regional plan, and conforms with the intent of the city's official plan, and in my opinion really achieves all of the objectives and considerations of good planning on the site and supportive of the objectives of the city. So we're happy to respond to any questions that council may have this evening.
Thank you very much, Dave and Rachel, for your presentations. Just ahead of going to questions, the time being 10:23, I am going to turn to members of council because we will need a motion to extend past 10:30 p.m. Either till the end. I see Councillor Hamilton back here, or until 11 when they, at least we need to finish the agenda. So motion to extend, I see Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Liggett. I'm going to turn to the clerk and call for a vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. With that bit of business done, we can carry on. Councillor Devine, please go ahead. This is questions.
Thank you. And this is directed through the mayor, Mr. Aston. Good job. You've done a good job of protecting the heritage of our community. Quite impressed. Couple questions, well, one anyway for sure. From the onset, there was a discussion of condos and lofts that were going to be rentals. Where are we now with the lofts and condos? I was led to believe in the Dominion Williams building, it was going to be lofts that were rentals, and the building that was being put up was going to be condos. Do we know where we are with that, Dave?
You, Mayor Mcgary, a good question, Councillor Devine. there is one thing I did want to point out in the staff report, that there will be rental units on the site. We're working with the applicant now to determine if it's the new building or the existing building, but one of those buildings will contain rental units on the site.
Okay, that's good because, I mean, we're desperate in Cambridge for rental units and we're even more desperate north of the 401. There's very, very few rental units. So if you keep that in mind, that'd be great. And again, job well done by everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions before we put the motion on the floor? Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Dave. Dave, will there be any affordable units?
Through Mayor Mcgary to Councillor Wolf, and in this location and the amount of effort to adaptively reuse the existing building and the brownfields, and really it's been a balancing act of so many requirements. There won't be any defined affordable housing units. What we're looking at is to pick up on Councillor Devine's question, to provide additional rental housing units within this part of the community. So it will assist with addressing that requirement and perhaps the missing middle housing requirement, but there won't be any affordable housing units.
Okay, follow up. Would your developer consider a contribution to our affordable housing fund?
Through Mayor Mcgary, I think that's something for discussion. It's a little bit different in this case than a greenfield development, I would suggest, where there's conditions of subdivision approval and such. And I think the amount of effort that's gone into a brownfield site here and looking to preserve the heritage and adaptively reuse that building. It's something we could discuss at the site plan stage, but I think there's been a lot of effort into achieving other community benefits through the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks for the presentation, Dave. And the development looks like something that is very well needed within our community. It's exciting, and it's interesting to see that the old building will be utilized the way that it has been, or that is being proposed. One of the things that we find is that when new families move into these developments, what are the amenities for kids who are going to be living in the buildings? And when I think about that, I think about playgrounds and areas for young kids to get together and to exercise and carry on. And when I look at, I know the area well, and I don't see a park area near that location. And so I wonder what you have, or if you have anything in mind for young kids who will be living in that area as well.
Through Mayor Mcgary, it's a good question. Thanks, Councillor Mann. There's actually quite a bit of amenity space indoor within the existing building that will be attributed to amenity area that could be programmed for various different purposes. And I think for perhaps younger children, I know there's no amenity space, say, at surface where you would have a play structure at this point, but that's something that we maybe could look at in that open space area at the time of site plan approval, if we can get appropriate access and connection to there in a way that's safe in context of SEPTED principles. With the opportunity to have the trail connection, I think that affords itself some potential again to provide some movement into the downtown and access, to Forbes Park. I know it's not right there, but there at least would be some trail connection access there as a potential as well. So I think we could look at something programmed within the buildings that could consider that type of amenity space.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do have a question, so I see no other hands up at the moment, and mine is regarding the easement that the City of Cambridge has in order to provide access to the lands that are west of the lands where this this proposal is coming forward. And I did want to sort of say that I very much support a redevelopment of this site. I think that, your attention to heritage and features that show off our river and is close to the downtown with the density that you're proposing, it really does tick the boxes off a lot of what we would like to see within the city. So kudos to that. But again, I'm just somewhat concerned about the easement that goes along between the westerly side of the building and the train track through there, and want to make sure that there is adequate access in order to ensure that the other lands to the west of you, acres and acres worth, are going to be supported by an appropriate easement across a portion of that property.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Mcgary. We fully recognize the existing easement. I think there's a lot that goes into consideration of access through the lands to adjacent lands. And at this stage with the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, there's nothing being proposed that changes or limits that easement. It's staying in place as it is. In fact, I would suggest that, facilitating the redevelopment through the official plan and zoning will kind of improve, because there's a requirement of this site to improve the CN rail crossing. And that will really be a benefit to this property and the adjacent property. So the easement is an easement. It's something we'll work through with the city at that site plan stage. With regard to adjacent lands, they will have to look at what's being proposed, and the city will have to assess that in context of the appropriateness of the scale of development on an easement. Maybe those lands need a second connection somewhere in addition to the easement. So I don't think what's being proposed here this evening will impact the ability for consideration of those lands in the future.
Thank you. Well, that's a little more reassuring, because I know with our official plan policy that it is about site connectivity, and want to make sure that there's no negative impacts on that easement in order to be able to provide access to the lands to the west. I see a question now from Councillor Reid. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, you've raised a concern that I had, and because I recall when we had the public meeting, there was quite a lot of discussion around how these two properties would interact and what the easement would allow. And I'm wondering if it would be advisable to have something put in writing in this about that easement, just to safeguard the fact that there would be an opportunity for redevelopment of the lands to the west.
Through Mayor Mcgary to Councillor Reid, I don't believe that would be appropriate. As stated, there's an existing easement that's recognized. What's being proposed is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to change the designation on these lands. That's not changing that easement. It's remaining in place, and it's not going anywhere, and it's not changing. There's no proposal that we're aware of on the adjacent lands. So I don't believe that it's necessary for the city to write something into consideration of these lands in context of what may occur on adjacent lands if the easement that is in place for those lands remains in place through the process and provides that access through the lands to the Winston lights.
Thank you.
follow-up to that.
If you may, and I will just remind everybody, we haven't put the motion on the floor yet, but please pose your question or your follow-up. Thank you.
Well, it would seem to me that it wouldn't hurt to have something put within the motion. You know, when the motion comes forward, then perhaps we can talk about an amendment.
Okay,
Mayor
thank you.
McGarry,
Go ahead.
I'd like to understand what this amendment may be and an opportunity to comment. Again, because I don't think what we're proposing here changes anything with regard to the easement or even the development potential of adjacent lands. This is a designation and zoning for these lands with no change to an easement that's been fully recognized.
And I think we'll get to that, Mr. Aston, once we put the motion on the floor and we sort of have council debate and questions at that time. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Right, we're seeing no further questions at the moment. I think we're ready for the motion. Councillor Devine, you have the motion. Please read it. Thank you.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reid. The report 22-080-CD, recommendation report, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendments 2211-215 Queen Street West, Black Point Development be received. And that Cambridge Council adopts a proposed official plan amendment to redesignate the subject lands from business industrial to high density residential. In the city of Cambridge, official plan to facilitate a mixed use development comprising residential, commercial uses, and to permit a maximum building height of 10 stories, and that the adopted official plan amendment be submitted to the regional municipality of Waterloo for approval. And the Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amended for 211-215 Queen Street West to amend the zoning of the lands from general industrial, bracket M3, and general industrial, the specific M3, S4, 4.1.24.1 zones to the RM2CS5, mixed use commercial and residential, and open space OS1 zones with a holding provision to permit the use mixed use development with the site specific provision to permit the use development with sorry, I gotta hold this up, I can't read it looking down. To facilitate the development of 229 residential units, 2,500 square meters to 26,909 square feet at grade commercial uses, and that a conservation plan in accordance with the recommendations of the Heritage Impact Assessment be reviewed and accepted at the site plan approval phase, and that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with the subsection 34 bracket 17 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the laws attached to report 22-080-CD be passed. So moved.
Thank you. It's a technical one, that's for sure.
So
now,
laying down, I couldn't see it.
Yeah. At this point, we'll move to further questions for staff at this time. And I guess I have a question, seeing no hands up at the moment, and that is, Councillor Devine, did you want to speak to it?
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to again suggest that I'm very supportive of this change. I think it's an awesome redevelopment and an adaptive reuse of a heritage building. And as I said, being close to the downtown Hesper core, I think it's going to be a very good a very good development in the future. And it also resolves some of the issues that we've been having about not having enough housing in on the market. So very delighted about that. My concern still lays with the potential easement to ensure that we have adequate access to the Lammer lands just to the west. I think that the staff report was sort of back and forth a little bit about it. I know that the easement is already there, and I think it's up close to the western portion of the building. But I'm just wondering if staff could sort of outline for me and for council whether the current easement is going to be adequate to serve the lands west of the building itself. Mr. Bromberg, did you want to address that?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'm just going to refer that over to our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't find anybody on the screen. Everybody's really tiny. Thanks. Thanks, Ms. Prime. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to yourself and council. So the easement is along the front of the building. I think in principle, what we would be trying to do at a site plan on this property is sort of provide a more realigned access into the adjacent property. The unique side of that adjacent property is the fact that it is somewhat landlocked between the site and the rail line, and sort of from a master planning perspective, we want to make sure that we aren't landlocking parcels, and we're ensuring that that sort of opportunity for access from one site to another is preserved. And so we would be looking to either realign the easement or just sort of ensure that we've provided a connection that works through the site relative to parking and access to Winston Boulevard intersection. Does that answer your question well enough?
I think so. I guess I'm looking for a little bit more clarity just to ensure that that site
on the
connectivity, and that site connectivity exists, and if there's any, I just want to make sure that we've got it right now, or that we at least have potentially like a holding provision or something like that that ensures that even ahead of site plan application and sign off, we've got that adequately addressed ahead of things.
Correct. Sorry, apologies. I'll just continue through Your Worship. So there are a couple different options on how we can deal with this. We certainly have an official plan policy that requires site connectivity between sites, as I mentioned, describing the relationship in this particular instance. We have the opportunity, therefore, to use a hold if we would like, to ensure that that we maintain that sort of opportunity to, ensure that at site plan we get a site that's designed and achieves that important connection, to the satisfaction of the city. And because there's an easement there, of course, that is an underlying objective and why that easement was put in place to ensure. So the hold would really just provide you that additional planning tool to ensure that that condition gets worked out. There is already a hold, I'll just point out, for this property relative to the RC and, Rachel, a noise study, I think, which is usually the case. And so we're not adding a hold, so to speak, in the sense that there isn't one already on this property. There is just for other uses. So this would just add another opportunity for ensuring something and lifting the hold.
Okay, and I certainly do appreciate Mr. Assen's comments that the easement is there and certainly not obstructing any use there. Site connectivity is very important to our official plan process. I agree, but I also remember that the city did sell the land at one time to the Lammer Land Group, and with its commitment to support its its development. And I think that's why the easement's there now. But, you know, the easement sometimes placed before the application comes forward, and we're just not sure if that's going to be adequate with all the other little details that you're going to be signing off at site plan application. So when it's time, I'd like to ensure that we've got that cemented in with a, you know, an extra little line, maybe about a holding provision on that. But I'm willing just to get other questions asked and answers before we get to that. But I appreciate your answers to date. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Lisa, based on what you're saying and the questions around the table, there's nothing in this motion that we would be putting forward tonight by approving it as is that interferes with anybody's land. The easement is in place. There's site plan information coming forward later. We can deal with anything in the future, but we can just move forward with this as is tonight, correct?
With respect to the motion that we have in the report, yes, that means that particular securing of exactly what that connection looks like would be done at site plan, which is essentially a negotiation process.
That's
Sorry,
what I
through
thought
you, Mayor Mcgary.
Thank you. That's what I thought you were saying.
Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. What Lisa had said makes huge sense to me. Let's get on. Let's deal with it. It's recognized that there is an easement there, and I'm sure that easement's untitled. And during the site plan, if there has to be some movement on the easement, I'm sure city staff will look after that. But I think we need to get on with this project. This is iconic to our community. Like, here we are, we're trying to save something as opposed to knocking it down. And I think that's hugely important. That's a very iconic building north of the 401. And I have absolutely no problem with the motion the way it is right now. It's clear, it's neat, tidy, and the balance will get dealt with in site plan. I mean, this is a very problematic site. There's a lot of moving parts there. We've got the GRCA, we got CN, it goes on and on and on and on. This is a difficult task here. I think we should get on with it and let staff deal with the site plan. I don't think there's any need for an amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Mann, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And my questions doesn't have anything to do with the site plan or anything else, but it does have to do with the history and the heritage of the building. Will there be anything in place, and maybe I'm premature in asking this question, but that will give a history and the telling of the story of why this Dominion Woolens was originally established, and who worked there, and what the product was, and how it was used for those who were fighting in the war, because that's what it was there for originally. And I think it's a real important part of the Hespeler history and culture, and it's something that we need to make sure that we don't lose in the redevelopment of this site. And I think the redevelopment is essential, but I think it just as essential is to retain the history and culture of that particular site. So I'm not sure who can answer that for me, but that's my question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, that's through you.
Can I answer that, Mayor McGarry?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Mike, Mr. Lawrence Turner, as you know him well, has done a lot of work on that site. And he has a gentleman in there working with him that's dealing specifically with information on that site. And I can't recall his name off the top of my head. They have, I'll send an email out to all council, because they have a website. There's a number of videos there. So they're compiling it, and I'm also understanding that site is it's on the books for a Canadian Heritage Site, which that was just found out recently.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Larry Turner's written a lot about the Hespeler Group. I am going to bring up a possible amendment again. I'm still wanting to ensure that for the Lammer Group to the west, that they feel that they are going to have their easement and what they need adequately addressed, hopefully ahead of site plan application. I'm just going to go back to Ms. Prime to see if we could, if it's adequate to add just another bit of wording around the holding provision about the easement, just to ensure that both, that the other landowner beside that that's affected by this particular easement is going to be adequately addressed. I think that I have no issue whatsoever about this project going forward. I think it's a great one. I just want to ensure that everybody's comfortable with how the easement's going to affect a potential development coming forward at the Lammerlands Group.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Mcgary. Certainly ensuring that how that easement is modified or that the connection is actually obtained in a way that satisfies the city through site plan could and perhaps is best done with a hold. As I said, we have an official plan policy that allows us to use a hold for site connectivity, and given the landlocked potential of the neighboring property, that certainly is an appropriate option.
Okay, thank you. And it wouldn't necessarily hold up any timing on this, correct? It would allow you to get through it fairly quickly?
Through you, Mayor Mcgary, absolutely. It would just be something that would coincide with site plan review and approval. So it's not attached to a study. It's attached to working out site design and give staff that sort of stronger lever on ensuring that that the city's interest in connection is part of that site plan process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine, go ahead,
I
please.
believe Mr. Aston has his hand up to try and say something, I think.
Thank you. I will return to the consultant, Mr. Aston.
Thanks, Mayor Mcgary. I hear the discussion that's happening here, and to suggest that a holding provision wouldn't hold anything up, I don't believe is correct. The other two items of a holding provision are acknowledgement of an RSC, which comes from the ministry, and completion of a noise study, which is a detailed design matter once we understand what the details of the buildings are. The holding provision you're talking about, I don't even really know what it's going to achieve or how we come back to council to lift it without it just being something that in itself gets addressed through the site plan. The fact is the easement is there. A holding provision isn't going to change the fact that an easement is there. What's going to happen is this site gets approved, official plan and zoning, and when it comes to site plan, we look at the access. As I mentioned, we have no idea what's proposed on the adjacent lands. There's nothing to suggest any access road. And if there is, that's something we could work with staff and align through site plan approval. I fully understand the context of site connectivity. And I believe site connectivity is being provided. When the easement was put in place, the existing condition was as it is now. And that isn't changing. And the easement is continuing. And all that's changing is the land use in support of the many things that that all council has been, I think, supportive of. So I would just ask that you not consider the holding, that you take the suggestion of staff that it can be addressed through site plan, and that we would work with staff through the site plan process. I think a holding provision is a significant impact on what's being proposed, and if it goes that way, I don't know what our client would do. I don't think he would be supportive of it at all, and because we don't see that it's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. I'm going to return to Ms. Prime. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Mcgary, it's, like I said, the intent of site connectivity is an official plan policy. The hold is described as an opportunity to use, to be used in this case for that purpose. You know, there are lots of cases where we have sites that we have to ensure that from one site to another, we have road alignment, and that we can sort of ensure through site plan that we're protecting that interest. Because this site has no other access to a road, I think that partly is what makes it an important aspect of how we might apply it in this case as an option. So.
Thank you. And I see a hand up, but I will return to Councillor Reid, who had suggested it at the beginning, in just a moment. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would not support an amendment. I don't think it's necessary, and I think it's inappropriate at this stage. With, you know, the motion that's before us is not, it doesn't stand in the way of an easement or a right of way or anything. And I think that this particular developer is bending over backwards. It's a brownfield development. He is saving all of the buildings that are necessary to be saved. I think he's spent enough time, and he has shown his goodwill in jumping through hoops here of his own will. I mean, he's not fighting anybody on anything. There is access to the Lemmerlands. Right away is there. You know, you hear the planners saying that that's all there. You hear our staff saying it's all there. I don't think an amendment is necessary, and I certainly wouldn't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. Please go ahead. And then I'm going to Councillor Reid.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting the amendment either. I think it's a great project, a very challenging site. And, you know, I'm quite impressed how we were able to come up with something so good given all the challenges. And I don't believe that the amendment is necessary. I believe there are enough safeguards in the process and that we can work them, like we can work through them during site plans. So, you know, it's a great proposal. I don't want to hold it up any longer. And I think, you know, brownfield sites are complicated enough as it is. And I think this needs to get moving. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did hear Ms. Prime say it wouldn't hold it up any longer. Councillor Reid, did you want to propose an amendment, or did you want to take a break and work with the clerk about it?
I think that I'm not sure if I need an amendment to put the holding position in at the site plan thing. So perhaps if I could have an answer to that, then I can decide whether I need a break to work with the clerk.
Through you, Mayor Mcgary, currently there is no expectation for a hold for that purpose. So yes, it would have to be amended.
Okay, good. I would prefer then that we take a break and I work with the clerk.
Okay, thank you. And is there a seconder for a potential amendment, or I guess I'll get a seconder when we come back? Okay, we're going to take a break. Thank you, Mr. Aston, for coming in. And we're going to take just a couple minute break to work out some wording for Councillor Reid. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I think the wording's been adjusted. I'm going to get the clerk to put up the proposed amendment from Councillor Reid, and I'll have you read it just because it's small printing and it's late at night. Thank you, Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
So the amendment is that the holding H provision is to ensure that prior to site plan approval, a record of site condition and ministry acknowledgement letter have been received to the satisfaction of the City of Cambridge and the region of Waterloo. The submission of a detailed stationary noise study assessing the impact of the building design regarding on-site and off-site sensitive uses be submitted to confirm that the development will comply with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks noise guidelines, and an appropriate interconnected access over the subject lands to provide access to lands not owned by the applicant to the west. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Wolf? Thank you. Councillor Reid, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would like to speak to it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a development that I'm very much in favor of, and I think it is great development, and I'm really pleased to see it happening in Hespeler. I think it will add greatly to Hespeler and will certainly help the Hespeler village with having more people there to continue to come down and shop and take part in the activities that we offer. The only reason that I'm bringing forth this amendment is just to have a comfort level and to ensure that there is connectivity. As we know, connectivity is extremely important to lands, and we all believe in that. But from time to time, things get dropped here and there, or forgotten, or whatever may happen. And this is just a way to ensure that this connectivity will take place. It will not hold up the development in any way, as our chief planner has said. It is just an additional thing that I wish to put in there, just to ensure that the lands to the west of this development will have connectivity when they require it. So I'm hoping that there would be support and counsel for this, to give that comfort level to everyone that this will happen, and that our value of having lands connected will be ensured. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Devine. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the mayor. I saw nothing wrong with the original motion, and I do believe that the easement is on title, and I believe that for sure it's on title. I don't believe we need this amendment. It's the safeguard's already there. I think we're just throwing up roadblocks, and I do believe it will slow down the development. I do believe that. So I will not agree with this amendment, not at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I'm going to be supporting the amendment. I don't believe that this is obstructing anybody at all. I do believe that the owners to the west of the building have had some concerns about access to their building when they come forward with their particular proposal. So I just wanted to ensure, as do others, to ensure that we do have site connectivity in a way that makes sense to them. Currently, the easement access, as Ms. Prime has laid out, may need some adjustment. And so I'm just wanting to ensure that both properties at some point can be redeveloped. Ms. Prime, I'm just going to ask again for clarification about the actual easement itself. And I know that you've said that it can be adjusted up to site plan application sign off. time. Can it be done ahead of time? Does there need to be adjustment, or is it just you need those details and the holding provision just really to protect the access?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Mcgary. I think it's best done at site plan, or certainly through that process, because we have to sort of realign where parking perhaps should be located and how that will connect. So so certainly we could do it earlier with the applicant, but it's got to kind of fit in with his site plan. So and resolving how he wants to do parking, how we want to do the layout on that front of the building is best done then, I think. But it could be done sooner.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. There was talk about the consultant said that how do you remove that site plan hold? He said that there was no way of removing that, or didn't know of a way of removing that once the requirements had been met. Can you through you, Madam Mayor, Lisa, can you explain that to me so that I have an understanding that if a hold is put in place, how does it come off? Because that was a concern that he had, and
yeah.
I just wanted to have that explained to me.
Through you, Mayor Mcgary, Councillor Mann, it's actually lifted by the city. So it's once we've deemed that the site plan is satisfactory, that hold can be removed. It's frankly much easier than a hold that has to be lifted by a third party. For example, I would argue in my experience, getting an RFC and the acknowledgement associated with that is generally more complex potentially and time consuming than working out sort of the details of site plan and parking, or a case where you need a study reviewed and approved by a third party would be much more work. So it's the city that lifts that hold. And sorry, Hardy, you might have to remind me. I can't recall if it's lifted by chief planner or has to go back to council in this case. I apologize.
Mr. Bromberg?
Yeah, we would come back to council for the lifting of the holding provision.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, I think we're ready to call for the vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Urmeta.
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And as I said, I'm quite sure that we'll be able to work that out quickly, and there will be no hold up. We're going to move forward now. Thanks for your patience. Our next item is agenda number 9.4.3, report 22-0. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ahead. We have to do the main motion as amended now. That's why we have clerks in the room, more than one. I think we'll go ahead with, all right, now we move forward with the main motion as amended. Madam Clerk. Okay, thank you for the clarification, and I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Counselor Hamilton,
In favor.
Counselor Liggett,
In favor?
Counselor Mann,
In favor.
Counselor Reed,
In favor?
Counselor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgary,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Now our next item agenda is, or our agenda item is number 9.4.3, Report 22-093 CD Recommendation Report, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, 61 to 65 Notting Hill Drive. And Lisa, our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime, will provide us with a presentation.
Yes.
And there it is. Thanks, Ms. Prime. Please carry on.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgary. Council, I'm happy to present this on behalf of Michael Campos, my planner on this file. So I'll just do a summary set of slides. If you, this is 6165 Notting Hill Drive. If you want to move to the next slide. So for this application, we are at the, sorry, and I apologize if I didn't acknowledge council staff and members of the public. It's been a long day for me. Apologies. We are at the recommendation stage for this application. So I'm going to give you a little bit of the history on the site and what we heard to get us to a recommendation report today. Next slide. Okay, so where is the site located? So this site is situated on the eastern border of the city, on the south side of Main Street. It's west of the future extension for Notting Hill Drive that comes out to Main Street. Subject lands are approximately 0.769 hectares in area, and the lands are vacant with natural vegetation along the western portion of the property. Next slide. So this this application had an original proposal for 2 mixed-use residential apartment buildings to a maximum height of 12 stories and 10 stories. It had a total of 367 residential units at a density of 477 units per net hectare and an FSI of 3.9. The proposed building fronts on Sparrow Avenue to the south, at the south, and it was stepped back to 6 and 4 stories in the setbacks from Sparrow Avenue. Ground floor retail was proposed as part of a mixed-use development, and it had a 2-level underground parking garage for a total of 443 parking spaces with emergency access to the west. Next slide. This shows you the layout of what the original proposal looked like, the parking on the left of your slide, and the building at Notting Hill Drive showing on the right side. Next slide. So when this application went to public meeting, there was some comments received from the public. Concern that the building was perhaps a bit too tall, that the density was too high, and that units should be considered to be removed. There was concern about parking on surrounding streets relative to the density. Of course, shadow impacts of concern, concern about the necessary commercial development, given this is located right at that Franklin and Main sort of intersection where there was a fair bit of commercial, and concern about privacy with neighbors. Next slide. So the application was resubmitted, modifications were made, changes were made relative to the concerns that were heard, and the building height was reduced to a maximum of 6 stories. So from 12 and 10 to 6, just to be clear on that. The reduction in dwelling units was also made from 367 overall to 214. Giving us a reduction in net density, net residential per hectare from 477 units to 278. So as a result, the FSI has dropped from 3.9 to 2.2. The reduction in height along Sparrow Avenue, where it was at 6 stories is now gone to 3 stories with a step back. And then the maximum height is 6. So the elimination of ground floor retail has also been accommodated in this change, and the reduction in required underground parking, which was provided, has moved from having 2 levels of underground to just 1.2. Reduction in total parking spaces relative to the number of units has been reduced from 443 to 254, and the access, the elimination of the emergency access was an opportunity given the reduction in the scale of the development, so it was no longer needed. The building coverage overall has been reduced from 50% coverage on the site to 45. Next slide. And this just shows you how the building is now laid out at the corner of Notting Hill. Presents an interface at Main and Notting Hill, and then the second building, you can see the step back from Sparrow Avenue for 3-story to 6 on that slide for the massing. Next slide. This shows you a bit of a better 3D rendering of what that looks like in context. Sorry. Next slide. And so just to summarize some of the considerations that have been made then. So, sorry, this is part of the secondary plan area with Main Street and Dundas. So we had to consider sort of what that secondary plan context was. Obviously, the proposed density height and site layout was part of the consideration. Land use compatibility with the neighborhood, surrounding neighborhood and existing development, very much of which is lower density, and the appropriateness of site-specific amendments for the zoning bylaw. Transportation implications, the comments from the public, of course, were considered, input from council and staff and agency comments. And next slide provides you the recommendation that you have in front of you, which is supporting recommendation for this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Changes it from a redesignation of low and medium density residential to high density residential to permit the FSI of 2.2 and the 2 6-story apartment buildings with 2.4 residential 2.14, sorry, residential units. And it approves the zoning change from residential R4 to HR4 to multiple residential HRM2. The holding provision is for site-specific noise study and connection to servicing, which is there now. Council is satisfied with the subsequent public meeting is not necessary, and that that the amendment 53 of the OB in the appendix report can be passed. I'm sorry, and that the bylaw amending it, which is attached as appendix B, can also be passed. Sorry, next slide, please. This is Michael's file. I apologize. It's a little late for me here and how I've been feeling this week. So, but it's Michael's file. If you have any questions, certainly you can ask me at this time, and anyone else with wishing to provide information or question should contact Michael.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and certainly appreciate your attention even at this late hour. So I think what we're going to do is place a motion on the floor and then move to questions and comments. So Councillor Hamilton, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mehta. Can you hear me okay, by the way? Good, thank you. Recommendation that report 22-093 CD, recommendation report, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 6165 Notting Hill Drive be received. And that Cambridge Council approves the proposed official plan amendment to redesignate subject lands from low medium density residential to high density residential in the City of Cambridge official plan, and to permit a maximum FSI of 2.2 in order to facilitate the development of 2 6-story residential apartment houses containing 214 residential units. And that Cambridge Council approves a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 6165 Notting Hill Drive to amend the zoning of the lands from the residential HR4 zone to the multiple residential HRM2 zone with a holding provision to permit proposed apartment houses with site-specific provisions. And that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required. And that amendment number 53 to the City of Cambridge Official Plan 2012 included as Appendix A to Report 22-093 CD be passed. And further, that the bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 150-85 included as Appendix B to Report 22-093 CD be passed.
Thank you. Sometimes my mouse does not click once, it needs 3 or 4 times. Are there any questions for staff at this particular time? Councillor Hamilton, or did you want to speak to it? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Questions, and I'd like to speak to it if that's okay. My first question, I guess this would be to Lisa, is that I know I met with a number of residents, both on their doorstep and during a meeting with the city back in April in 2021. The biggest concerns, I'd say, were obviously the height of the buildings, the shadows that were going to be cast around neighboring homes. People didn't want to be engulfed in a shadow, and also traffic. So I guess the 2 big questions is the height has obviously been cut in half and almost in half for both of the buildings. Will there be any shadows cast on any of the homes or any gardens blocked, or will there be any change in light based on the height of these buildings? Because I read there would be no change in light, there'd be no shadows, but I just wanted to confirm that.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Mcgary, to you, Councillor Hamilton. I think this proposal change at 6 stories and the step back from 3 stories really supports ensuring that the site can sort of manage its impact from a shadow perspective within its site boundaries. I know there are townhouses around it and lower density buildings. So I think what they've done here has certainly put a great effort in to accommodate that potential impact that was of concern previously.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up question, Your Worship, if I may. I noticed in the previous conversations, a lot of residents were concerned about traffic going in and out of the streets. Some had children that had special needs that might have difficulty navigating streets with busy laneways and cars. In this proposal, I see that all of the commercial units have been removed and it's only residential. Is that a way to ameliorate or to reduce the amount of traffic in the area, or what effect does that have by removing commercial units from the bottom floor of these buildings?
Yes, through you, Mayor Mcgary, to Councillor Hamilton. Absolutely, that is going to ensure that the traffic movements are more consistent with the residential neighborhood, which I think certainly removes any potential stopping and additional traffic that might come or be in that area for commercial units on ground floor. So I think having that change also would be supporting some of the transportation concerns that neighbors would have had.
Thank you. And I do have one follow-up question, if I may, Your Worship.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No other hands up, so go ahead.
I did catch that there was the possibility of 10 affordable units going in to these buildings. Am I correct in that? There'd be some affordable housing that could be provided?
Through you, Mayor Mcgary, to Councillor Hamilton. I understand that is correct, and I will follow up with Michael and with the applicant on the details for that further.
Oh, thank you. I think that's essential. And I'm happy to speak to it if there are no other questions, of course.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions.
All right, thank you. Well, I'll be quick. But Overall, I think this is an area of Cambridge that's experiencing a tremendous amount of change. So it's going from essentially brownfield sites and farmers' fields to a lot of houses, and the eventual extension of the McQueen Shaver Boulevard, the bypass extending all the way up to Main Street in future years. We're seeing the rec center, we're seeing schools, we're seeing a lot of homes going in. And in this proposal specifically, I think it's right now, none of that future infrastructure is in place yet, but I'm imagining this development in there when all the rest actually exists. And I think in that sense, with these changes, it will fit much better than the original proposal. I like the fact that the developer and staff have really listened to a lot of the issues that neighbors had. So the height, again, has been cut in half, or almost in half in most cases. The commercial has been removed. There are 10 affordable units, and I'm very grateful that there are no shadows that will be cast on any of the neighboring houses, because I know when I spoke with a lot of the neighbors on their doorsteps, that was a big concern. Right, if I'm in my garden, I don't want to have to have my trees killed or my vegetables unable to grow because now we have these towers. I know a lot of residents said, well, there are buildings down the street that are 4 stories. Can we have that height? And even though this isn't quite there, I think it's close enough where it's a great compromise between intensifying the needed density in the area in line with the growth that's required for this area and all of the builds that we're seeing in this neighborhood, and also ensuring that neighbors aren't swamped by towers. So overall, I'm in support of this proposal. And I think even though it will be a change for the neighbors, ultimately, I think it will be a good one. And it's a great compromise considering the original proposal that was put forward. So overall, I'm in support of this motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mehta, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Hamilton summed up a lot of my thoughts. When I received this initial proposal, I was afraid I would have to vote against it. However, seeing how it turned out, I have to say it's a really good outcome, one that I can support. And I believe that it's a good balance for growth in the area while respecting the existing neighborhood, which is absolutely paramount. And, projects like these, getting more developments like these that fit the neighborhood, I think they'll go better with the public, and we can get more housing that we need on the market faster. And it's a win-win for everyone. So I think this is a great proposal. A lot of thought went into it. I'd like to see projects like this be used as examples for the future so that other developers can see, how things can be done really well, and we can get more positive developments in the city that better respect the neighborhood. So I believe it's a prime example, as well as the one we just had with the Lens Mill as well. That's another good project to promote that checks off all the boxes and is just the right amount of density for that area. So well done, and hopefully this will be a sign of great things to come in the future as we use this and other examples to promote what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade, please go ahead. Unmute, please. I knew I'd catch you someplace.
Sorry, you caught me. But no, I just wanted to say I support this motion. I just want to give kudos to the developer. There's been a lot of compromise and a lot of change, especially in the height and the number of units. So I think this is a really good example of good work between everybody, between the neighborhood and between the developer and the councillor. I think this has been an excellent example of how we'd like to see developments occur. And so I'm in full support of this motion.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Well, believe it or not, that does conclude our regular agenda for the evening. So does any member of council have any other business for discussion? Councillor Ed Shade, is that a legacy hand?
It is. It's getting late. Sorry.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll move forward. So we need a following motion, and this is related to items of correspondence and presentations at council. Councillor Liggett, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mand, that all presentations and correspondence from the July 19th, 2022 special council meeting be received.
Thank you. Seeing no comments, I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Next up is consideration of bylaws. Councillor Wolf, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reed. Recommendation that the following bylaws listed under the heading of introduction and consideration of bylaws be enacted and passed. 22-043 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 119-08, providing for the appointment of officers and servants of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge. 22-044 being a bylaw to regulate traffic and parking on highways under the jurisdiction of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge. 22-045 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 187-06, being a bylaw for the regulation of traffic and parking. 22-046 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 155 Equestrian Way, RO5/21, holding symbol H, removal. 22-47 being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 53 to the City of Cambridge Official Plan 2012 as amended, 61-65 Notting Hill Drive. 22-048 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 6165 Notting Hill Drive. 22-049 being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 52 to the City of Cambridge Official Plan 2012 as amended, 211 and 215 Queen Street West. 22-050 being a bylaw of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge to amend zoning bylaw 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 211 and 215 Queen Street West.
Thank you. I know that was a long go, and I just wanted to note to council that the related bylaw for 211 and 215 Queen Street will be revised in accordance with the amended recommendation that we passed tonight. I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thanks. Next item is the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Liggett, you have this. Will you please read it?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann, 22-051 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge.
I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Counselor Leggett,
In favor.
Counselor Mann,
In favor.
Counselor Reed,
In favor.
Counselor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thanks. And we have reached the end of our agenda for today. So Councillor Devine, you have the motion for a close of meeting. And I'm sure you'll want to read this with enthusiasm.
Yes, a little bit of enthusiasm I've left. Motion to adjourn at 11:41 PM on July 19th. It's still the 19th.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
I'll ask our clerk to call for the vote.
Counselor Adshade,
In favor.
Counselor Devine,
Aye.
Counselor Ermeda,
Favor.
Counselor Hamilton,
In favor.
Counselor Leggett,
In favor.
Counselor Mann,
In favor.
Counselor Reed,
In favor.
Counselor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor Mcgary,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. And thanks, everybody. Stay safe and we'll see you soon. Bye
Good
now.
night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Aye.
And everybody.